Gaming news today is all about the good and the bad. First, I'm pretty excited. We're finally, or maybe not finally, but we're getting our first little bits of information about Control Resonant. If you guys didn't see the trailer at the Game Awards, I've consistently said that Control Resonant is one of the games I'm looking forward to the most this year after Saros. Right now, Control, the Ultimate Edition's on sale on Steam for like $4 or something. I think the whole thing is like $40 on Xbox and PlayStation. You should definitely check out the Control Ultimate Edition. There were some rumors it was going to be coming second quarter of this year. They have since kind of shot that down, so probably not going to be in the first half of the year. So that's good news. That's plenty of time to play the first game if you missed out on it. But Game Informer is back in the mix, man. They came back, and I'm glad to see they got their hands on some previews and some interviews, and one of those was for Control Resonant. Second, GTA 6 is causing a debate and concern again, but this time it's not about the release date. It's actually about physical copies, physical editions. We'll kind of look at the claims and what's going on. The good news is the last couple of things we have heard about the release date have been encouraging. There was a little bit of a hullabaloo from a podcast that Jason Schreier did. He had to kind of qualify what he said. Another insider weighed in. And since then, we've been hearing from other folks that it sounds like this game is on pace for their November release date. But if you're wanting to buy a physical copy of the game, what we have to talk about today, it's not sounding too good. You might have to wait. The third thing is that arcraiders is rolling out a new ban system, and the community doesn't seem too convinced that it's going to work. In case you missed it, it's been an ongoing problem with arcraiders, primarily showing up in streamers' lobbies. They get sort of targeted by stream snipers, and cheaters tend to end up in the PvP-heavy lobbies anyway, because that's what they're doing. They're playing more PvP. More and more, I've had people leave comments on my video about PvE lobbies essentially being in the game because of the aggression-based matchmaking. The CEO confirmed that matchmaking is in the game, and we've consistently seen player numbers go up, or at least maintain very, very strong numbers on Steam, which is just one platform where you can play it. And we're now also hearing, I think just consistently on that video that I posted, people are saying, listen, I just don't ever really run into PvP. They're playing lots of chill lobbies. So those of you that are running into arcraiders cheats, we're going to look at this new ban system they're going to be rolling out. We'll kind of weigh in on what's going on. Any other gaming news or things you want me to react to, you can always leave a comment below, or if you are one of our members, you can hang out in our Discord. That's where we do the green room. So if you sub or use your Prime over on the purple platform, where I stream every day, or if you are a member on YouTube, you can get access to the Discord, and then you'll know when all those sorts of things are going on, if we do surprise streams, extra streams, and things like that. So if you're watching this later, take a quick second, hit like, hit subscribe, double check your notification bell, make sure that it didn't get switched to personalized, because that means you'll miss notifications. We did put out a video last night reacting to Austin Evans and sort of the PS5 Pro versus PC conversation. Pretty funny how that how that conversation landed, especially in light of prices right now. So that's available. And obviously, people, in light of discussions about digital versus physical, the GTA 6 news is a little concerning from what we are hearing, and folks are unhappy. I mean, I wouldn't put it past Rockstar to honestly be doing this, because they know you're going to buy the game more than once. You'll buy digital because nobody wants to miss out on the GTA 6 release date, as well as the gameplay at launch, but you'll probably buy physical later if physical really matters to you, or you just want that jewel case. And so there's been plenty of solutions and ideas thrown out there. Happy to discuss that and anything else going on in the gaming world with you guys. We have been monitoring, obviously, the the Highguard Steam charts. I haven't actually checked them in a while. Yeah, it's bad. It basically hasn't gotten back up past where, wow, all the way down to 10,000 players now on Steam. I am noticing people are trying to like sort the reviews to see, I guess people are thinking that the thing might still have a shot. I don't know. It's just been an interesting discussion watching that go on. Good morning, Wheeze. Good morning, Rope over there on purple. Good morning, everybody on YouTube. Take a quick second, go through your ritual of hitting the like button, guys, on YouTube. Thank you for doing that already. Eugene says the Red Dead Redemption port on PS5 got a physical. Why is it so strange that people thought the GTA 6 would release physical? I don't know if it's that people thought it would get physical. I don't think people think about it until there's news, right? Like, until there's news about it, nobody really thinks. I think sometimes we just presume things. We're like, well, yeah, of course, it'll be a physical, right? And then they come out and they're like, yeah, probably not. And then people obviously get upset because if you're somebody who enjoys buying the physical editions of games, this is not welcome news for you that they're potentially going to delay it, and we're hearing that it has to do with, it has to do with leaks, which they are very, very locked down on leaks. I mean, Rockstar fired some people. I mean, it sounded like somebody literally got fired for leaking the names Jason and Lucia, which, what a terrible reason to lose your job. I mean, that's not even that, it's not even that impressive. That was more directed to Dustin, who said he couldn't believe people thought physical was coming. Oh, you're saying the physical fans will wait. They won't double dip like that. We've seen it with other games. I don't know if that's true with GTA 6. Yo, it's good, gangs. I mean, what do you think, chat? With GTA 6, I think people will succumb and they'll just buy it. They'll just straight up buy the digital. They're not going to wait. If you know you're going to wait 6 months, a month, whatever, Weezy says they 100% will. I don't know who you're agreeing with. They 100% will what? What do you think they're going to do? Are they going to buy? I think they're going to buy digital, and then they'll just get the physical later. Nobody's sitting this one out, bro. If you want to play, they're going to buy digital. Yeah, it's how much delay? I think the reports we're seeing were 7 months, right? Was that what we were seeing? Let me see if I can find the article. Hang on. I've got it saved in the Discord. What am I doing? Live use. Assets. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so we got Insider Gaming here reporting on it. Guys, as I've said many, many times, make sure and follow Insider Gaming on all the platforms that they're on. I think these guys do really, really good work. GTA 6 will not have a physical edition at launch. It is claimed. Hang on 1 second. I need to reset. There we go. Let's see. A new claim states that GTA 6 will not have a physical edition at launch as Rockstar wants to avoid any leaks. It's been quite some time since we heard new details about Rockstar's highly anticipated title GTA 6. The last details we heard from were their court battles, that leaked about the 32-player lobbies and all of that. Okay, we know about all that. The claim that Take-Two is skipping a physical launch date for GTA 6 comes from whoever this is, who leaked the PS5 port of Microsoft Flight Sim and the Switch 2 release date for Sonic Racing Crossworlds. Okay, so this is somebody who's getting leaks correct. Their source, who handles physical video game sales in Europe, has informed them that this decision was made to avoid gameplay and story leaks and that GTA 6 will launch digitally on consoles first. The sources have also revealed that they have received mixed reports about when physical edition Grand Theft Auto 6 will be released. Some have stated that it could arrive around 3 to 4 weeks after launch, whereas other sources have said players might have to wait until 2027 to see the physical edition. It seems more information should arrive mid-February. Yeah, I saw multiple claims. I saw some people claiming like a month. This article is claiming 3 to 4 weeks, but maybe even more than that if it lands in 2027. So that's the current report and the current claim. I think if there's a teeny tiny population of people that will wait for physical, says Furious Impulse. Wheezy says, no shot you own a console and go, I'm going to wait 7 months. I'm holding out for physical. I'm willing to bet that's a small share. Yeah, I saw somebody saying 7 months, and I'm like, good golly. I mean, that's a great way to kill your physical sales, to be honest. I don't think they'll wait 7 months to actually ship it and make it available. But even 3 to 4 weeks, I still think a lot of people would buy the digital version and then buy physical again later. I just don't think people can. I don't think people can resist the special editions, the extra cost editions. Consistently are the highest on the pre-order charts, so that means more people are buying them, and people buy them a lot of the times for the 72 hours of early access. So we know that gamers are willing to spend extra money to play a game 3 days early. Hello, sir, nice tea, thank you. So it's like if you're willing to spend This is a nice one. I forgot about this one. I was like, what am I wearing today? I just completely forgot. If you're willing to spend extra to play a game early, you're certainly not going to mind buying the game twice. Hot take: companies with highly anticipated games like this should allow a physical pre-order that just gives you a digital key. The problem with that is that's not really even what the physical guys want, though. A good way to double dip. That's exactly what I thought, Anthony. They can sit here and say it's for piracy, but they know folks will be double dipping. They got plenty of people that double dipped on PC after buying the dadgum game on console. The PS5 Pro is going to be the most sought after console when GTA 6 releases, says Ahmad. Why? Because the PC guys are not going to wait 3 years to play it. And Sony secured the marketing rights. I mean, I think you're getting a little ahead of yourself there. I, for one, do not think GTA 6 is coming to PC 3 years later. I think Strauss-Zelnick made it very clear GTA 6 is going to come to PC a lot faster this time. I think maybe 6 months. I think the summer of 2027, if they hit their release date, if GTA 6 hits their release date, I think GTA 6 comes to PC in the summer of 2027. I think it's going to be fast. Strauss-Zelnick made it very clear that they see the value of the PC community and the PC landscape. I don't think they're going to wait that long. I don't know. Dyed-in-the-wool PC boys will wait 6 months. People that can't resist temptation will probably buy the cheapest version that they can get. They'll get like a digital PS5 or something just so they can play while they wait. I don't think they're dropping $750 on the Pro. I think they'll thankfully wait. Now, people that have been waiting to upgrade from PS4, yes, I believe you will see those people easily jump in and grab that Pro finally. They'll have plenty of reasons to finally do it. They're like, well, I want to play GTA 6, so they're coming from PS4. They have to. And secondly, I think everybody kind of knows that's going to be the console that has the extras. It's gonna run better, look better on that console compared to the others. If it's 30 FPS on PS5, it's an easy wait. Yeah, I mean, that's another big question mark, is that if GTA 6 is 30 FPS, are people just going to basically shrug at it and say, yeah, I'm good. I'm going to wait. Hi, Lono, Reforge Gaming in chat. I hope all is well with everyone. Take good care of yourselves and your family. Mental health, be safe. Thank you so much, Sucker Butcher Punch. That's a heck of a name. Let me get the goal up here because the first shot, Han shot first and so did you, is coming from Joker Quinn. We started out the week ahead of pace. We're a teeny tiny bit behind pace, but we're right about to start the day where we need to be, which is 200. Thank you for the 100 bits. Wired Rope says, I'm waiting for PC. Also, everyone forgets Project Rome. Basically, Rockstar bought all the GTA role-playing server mechanics. It'll now happen through the launcher and the game. Yeah, that's going to be another aspect. When's GTA 6 Online going to land? FOMO going to happen? I could see PC be faster than even 6 months because of the newer Xbox dev pipelines approaching parity with Windows. I don't know if that's going to affect GTA 6, though. Yo, Wilbur with the Member Plus jumping back in for 11 months. Let me add it to the total. Thank you so much. We do have a pretty big stretch goal this week. It's if you guys want to see Madam play High Guard on Saturday night, we got to end the week at 7:50. I think we can do it. People think I'm punishing her. I think it'll be hilarious watching her play. It's going to be a wait either way for me. Getting it for my PC, I've waited this long for at this point. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of PC bros take that attitude. They're like, listen, if we've waited this long, I can wait 6 months or however long, right? I think a lot of guys are going to say that. They're going to be like, you know what? I can wait. I don't need to fall prey to FOMO. I also think there's a lot of people that are going to fall prey to FOMO. Reselling is the draw, says Adam King. The spoiler argument's odd to me. I don't think many people who are in the game would be pursuing social media and chancing that. Avoiding spoilers is really easy. You're talking about avoiding spoilers for the user. It's not about avoiding spoilers. It's about Rockstar doesn't want them out at all. They don't want somebody to data mine the disc and get like audio files, story details, and things like that. And then that gets on the internet. And sure, you can do your due diligence and try to avoid, like as soon as you hear the discs are in the wild and leaks are starting to spread, you can obviously go head in the sand to try to not get spoilers, but that's not really what the issue is. I think Rockstar just doesn't want them, period. Alex says, bold of you to assume Highguard will still be running come Friday. I mean, maybe I am being a little presumptive. We'll have her. We've moved the Madam stream to Saturday night so more people can attend. Friday night was rough. It was hard for everybody to make it. It was hard for us to even do it. So we've moved the Madam stream to Saturday night. So Saturday nights at 8 p.m. Eastern. Make sure you guys are here on either channel, hanging out and having some laughs with us. And make sure if you're watching right now on YouTube, you hit that like button. Try to get us those first 100 likes. I heard RE9 had spoilers yesterday. I stayed off social media. Yeah, I didn't see any, but I mean, I don't know. If I see a game and the word spoiler, I just kind of scroll really fast. Did you watch SkillUp's Highguard video? I did not. The dialogue around that game is very interesting. I want to make a video about it. I want to be thoughtful. I want to do some broader analysis and discussion of everything that happened in the lead up and now what's happening in the aftermath. I don't know. I think people are being really, really strange about this game. There's just something odd going on. It's why? I don't know. There's a lot of pearl clutching. There's a lot of people acting self-righteous and kind of judgmental. I don't get it. I think what's happening is, and this happens all of the time, there are trolls and there are nasty people on the internet, okay? And they're going to go at any situation or topic all the way to 11, okay? They're going to be hateful, nasty. They're going to wish that a game and the developers burn, okay? What ends up happening is if you, before a game comes out, let's say in this instance, are critical, I was being very critical of it. I was it just looks derivative. It doesn't look like it has a shot. It looks extremely disconnected. I made a video that said it doesn't make any sense. I don't understand how you could be in development all these years and not see how the landscape has shifted, how unwanted this game is going to be, okay? That's not me being nasty. That's me calling what I think is balls and strikes. I'm I just think I'm calling this how it is. I'm not trying to force a narrative. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to target the developers. I'm just saying, listen, man, I don't think this game's going to make it. I don't think it has what it takes. I said the same thing about Concord when I saw it and when I played it. I have concerns similarly about Marathon, less about that it looks bad or something, and more that I just don't think it's going to have staying power. I think that's a big challenge for live service games. But here's what I think happens. People use the trolls and the haters as a lens. And it's so they view everything through that lens. So my coverage of Highguard is then considered equal to the guy who's spewing hate and saying nasty things on Reddit or Twitter or whatever. And it's but we're not doing the same thing. I don't know. I get people trying to be optimistic. I get people trying to be, nice and hey, let's give the devs a shot here. They seem like nice guys. Sure. And I feel bad when people, put their as Ben Affleck says, they put their ear to the grindstone and they get to work and then the game just ain't it. I feel bad. That's not exciting. You never want to see developers completely fumble and then obviously they could risk getting shut down or whatever. But this is just the business, man. This is just the business. You got to make something that can garner support and earn, the engagement and the approval of the public. And that's very, very difficult. Man, developers and publishers, be warned. If you want to do a live service game, listen, man, you talk about a volatile market. I think the best thing that can come from out of all of this is a lot of smaller studios and a lot of smaller spin-up studios are going to start taking inspiration from Sandfall, Team Cherry, and others. They're going to you know what? We can make an awful lot of money if we just apply our talents elsewhere. Stop chasing the live service dollar. Everybody got the bug in 2020 and 2021, and not that bug. Yeah. They all got the live service money bug. They're like, we're going to make that money. And then what, we're supposed to feel bad when their game crashes and burns? Come on. It's opportunism like everything is. No shade. Try to get the bag. They tried to get the bag and they failed. That doesn't deserve like sympathy. They tried to make a product to make a bunch of money, like everybody else who's tried to chase the live service dollar. And as far as we can tell, they failed. Somebody on the internet said this is a new genre Concord likes. Oh man. Weezy says you can't have any discourse without being labeled one thing or another. It's so effing tiring. I said this yesterday that the marketing cuts both ways, man. We can't do this kumbaya thing. Marketing cuts both ways. You spend a bunch of money, you put together trailers, you position the product to look as good as possible so that people buy it. And gamers should know we have fallen prey to misleading marketing and, really highly edited trailers. This has happened many, many times. We've seen egregious examples with things like The Day Before and Mind's Eye. There are examples in the past with games like Watch Dogs. Even The Division 1 looked very different compared to that first outing and that first trailer. We as gamers have a long history of the marketing absolutely burning goodwill and trust. So I don't really get why people get on this wavelength of like, no, we should give them a shot and a chance. We shouldn't be... Everything gets labeled as hate now, by the way. I'm like, hate? We're just being critical. You're allowed to be critical, just like you can be excited. Like, I can watch a trailer for Control Resonant, and I can get really excited. I'm doing the same thing as somebody who watches a trailer for something like High Guard and is not excited and is critical. There are two sides to the marketing coin. You can't only ever want to flip it and just get heads. This isn't, this isn't Harvey Dent's coin in Batman. It's a real coin. You get approval and win the crowd, or you get rejected and you lose. That's pretty much how it goes. With live service especially, it's this dichotomous. It just is. That's just the game. It's all a part of the game. Control looks rad. It really does, doesn't it? I will be overly discerning because... Have you seen grocery shopping the past 3 months? Crap ain't cheap. Got to make sure my money ain't wasted. Yeah, free to play is not a get out of jail free card either. Well, people didn't have to play it or they didn't have to pay for it. Okay, they still were given assurances the game was going to be good. You had a lot of people puffing their chest out saying, "Well, I wonder if everybody's going to apologize if on Monday when the game is good." I'm like, apologize? Jeff's out here saying people are going to apologize to him. I'm like, I don't know. Why would anybody apologize? Like, we thought it looked bad. Let's say it's successful. Doesn't mean we're going to apologize. We could say we got it wrong. Like, well, it turned out okay. Good for them. Make that money, man. Free to play is not an excuse. Yeah, I saw a decent theory that free to play is likely going to go away because it's harder and harder for that model to work for people. I think in like Battle Royale, PvP land, it's kind of an expectation, but I really do think arcraiders is showing, and Helldivers as well. You build a killer product, you can charge money for it. People will pay, especially that sweet spot. $40 range, I think people are like, $40 sounds, I can do that. We'll see what Marathon does commercially at that price point, but Jeff didn't run, which I applaud. Listen, I said yesterday that I really like Jeff. I don't hold any ill will towards him about this. I said many, many times, I said, listen, if I believe the best about him, I try to believe the best about people until proven otherwise. If I believe the best about this man, he was just excited. He thought this game's going to be good. I want to give these guys a shot. And he let him have a really, really nice thing, which is a free slot at the end of the Game Awards. That is a heck of a gesture. I said a bunch of times yesterday, I think that speaks to the man's character. I think he was really, really kind to a smaller studio and a game that he thought had a shot. I think that speaks to his character. He did that out of kindness and excitement. I also appreciate that he tweeted this. He's opening up X this morning. He's like, I said what I said, okay? I know y'all are mad. I know y'all are hating. He's like, I said what I said, y'all. I appreciate the energy. I do. Like I said yesterday, if I was his friend, I would tell him, man, I love you, but you got to go out there and kind of wear this one. You got to. You didn't just put a trailer in your showcase, man. You told people that they were going to be apologizing to you. You need to go out there and wear this one. That's close enough. That tweet's close enough for me. It is. I'm like, okay, Jeff. I got respect for that. The man's like, everybody's coming for me. He's just like, I said what I said. It's good. That's good energy. I like Jeff. I think he handles it a whole lot better than me. I'll tell you what. Because I don't handle it well. I've never really handled the scrutiny and the criticism of the public. It's a difficult gig to not lose your cool. Maybe we can see Rise of Hydra at State of Play. I mean, I don't know about that. If you guys are tuning in about the GTA 6 information, basically, and this is, I think, an even better debate. We don't need to rehash the high guard thing. I just wanted you guys to see what Jeff tweeted. Basically, the rumor is that GTA 6 is going to stagger physical, and the question in the room is multifaceted. How quickly will physical come out? Will people be willing to buy the game twice? Is there any relation in timing here to people like, waiting for PC or, PC release? Nothing has humanized Jeff as a gamer more than his unashamed love for a game that is, by all accounts, completely unremarkable. That's a good tweet. We've all been excited for something before, and it did not pan out well. That's life, baby. That's life, baby. I mean, I've done the same thing. I've looked at a game and thought, I think that game's going to be good. I did that with Kill the Justice League. I remember telling people not to count out foam stars. I was like, I wouldn't count that game out. Nobody knew that Splatoon was going to be big, I was like, foam stars could explode in the Asian market. You never know. It didn't. It didn't. Now, I didn't play it and tell everybody it was going to be awesome. I played it and thought, I don't know, y'all. I don't know. Maybe I need to amend my prediction here. Jeff's a likable person. That's not a fair comparison for you. That's true. That's true. Me and Keeley are not equivalencies with respect to likability. I've never been too good at that part. He gets 10 points in the respect for that tweet alone. That's right. Try a couple decades of crappy emails ranging from simple insults all the way to death threats from idiot fanboys who can't handle you giving a game only 8 out of 10 and see which one puts more calluses on your soul. You'd fold in 6 months or less. What's this guy saying? Who's he mouthing off to? Sven Vinka says, sometimes I think it'd be a good idea for critics to be scored, Metacritic style, based on how others evaluate their criticism. I like to imagine it would encourage a bit more restraint. The harsh words do real damage. You shouldn't have to grow calluses on your soul just because you want to publish something. And this guy's saying, try a couple of decades of crappy emails ranging from simple insults all the way up to death threats from idiot fanboys who can't handle you giving a game only 8 out of 10. And see which one puts more calluses on your soul, dummy. You'd fold in 6 months or less. Seems like that guy doesn't appreciate what Sven Vinka had to say. Gee, somebody sounds mad. Somebody's mad before breakfast. Good Lord. I do think people are a little overly harsh on you. They're a little... They're a little overly harsh, just a little, Big Pac fan. Oh, golly. There's only a few names in the book I haven't been called. There's only a couple. I've basically been called everything, brother. A $2 super chat from Armin Coleman. Thank you so much. He says Wolverine can, but they already said spring. I don't understand what you're responding to. I'm having a hard time tracking with you. What's the largest capacity disc available? I don't know. Did you watch Asmund playing High Guard? No, I did not. I'm assuming it was entertaining. Sorry, I didn't mean it to be bad. No, you're fine, Big Pac fan. Every day I'm trying to improve, brother. Every day I'm trying to improve. I've been doing this 10 years, and you know what I mean? It's not those aspects of the business will never change. You just got to keep going. Yeah, that's not true, Lona. You've never been called likable. Sven being like, oh, I can't believe you're criticizing a game. That will make people not want to make games anymore. So I guess we just can't criticize Highguard now. Yeah, I think the dialogue around that game is peculiar to me. Manny Plays comes in with 29 months and says, haven't caught a live show in a while. Thank you so much, Manny. Let me add you to the total. Hope life is well. Hopefully you can come around more often. We enjoy having all y'all here in the shows. Cowboy gave Highguard a 4 out of 5, but he also said Redfall wasn't a bad game, and he liked Mind's Eye. Well, I mean, right there is just, I mean, that's like a world tour of bad games. I don't know what to tell you. Oops, sorry. That's like a world tour. My bad for saying this. I meant like Wolverine will probably not be at the state of play. Oh, I tend to agree with you. I think the PlayStation state of play is probably going to be Marathon Saros, Phantom Blade Zero, maybe a surprise, but that's probably it. Well, I'm not saying there won't be anything else there. I'm saying in the realm of like first party efforts or publishing efforts, it'll be Marathon Saros and Phantom Blade Zero. I don't think Wolvie will be there. Wolvie will likely get a big fat juicy section of the whatever they do in the summer. PlayStation likes to do something to kick off Summer Game Fest. They'll do something late May, early June is typically what they do. I think that's when we get a big old fat look at Wolverine. Pause. I mean, that's what they did with Spidey. We have not got a confirmed state of play, but when Jeff Grubb and Nate the Hate say it's coming, it's coming. I mean, these guys on events don't miss. They don't. The devs who create Apex Legends, maybe they should have focused on Titanfall 3 instead. Yeah, I guess they removed that from the Steam page. It no longer says in the game's description from the makers of Titanfall and Apex. I guess I'm just curious. There's a lot of finger wagging going on. There's a lot of like passive lecturing going on about, how people ought to talk about video games and Highguard and I guess other games that fail. I'm not really sure why anybody thinks that's necessary. A 5 bomb from JW. Let me add it to the total. Thank you so much. Like, why? Like, I get the attempt to humanize developers because many people turn developers and community managers into punching bags. I don't think there's anything wrong with calling people out for going well out of pocket and being like death threats or, harassment and stuff like that. Yes. Here's the problem that always happens in these scenarios. All of us, like, mentally stable persons and, like, mature adults, we all agree that that's ridiculous. We almost don't need to have this talk every 90 days. Because what it ends up feeling like you're putting critical videos or negative videos, you're putting them in the same bucket as some unhinged loser who's like stalking someone on Reddit or Twitter and like spewing hate because some game did poorly. These things are not equal. I actually get a little tired of it being treated as if they're equal because it just feels very strange to me. Thank you for that 5-bomb, JW, setting it up. Stone Spire's going to land the plane with 2 singles. There's the first one. Second one comes in any second, and I'm going to owe YouTube a member. Twitch, sleeping over there. Going to fight back today or not? Thank you so much, Mr. Stone Spire. There it is. 200 on the nose. Appreciate you, brother. I, for one, say bad things are bad. Marvel at my bravery. That's what I'm saying, Zoob. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. I think what it is, this is what I think it is. I was banned from a stream for answering a question on why people didn't like High Guard. Right. A lot of people throw around the term toxic positivity. I like that. I think that's a term that works. I'm going to call this toxic empathy because it postures as if empathy matters more than just being honest about a game being bad. Like, empathy goes so far as to now what you're doing is you're being toxic about the people who are being critical and negative, and you're basically hiding behind empathy. And I'm just like, listen, I think empathy's fine. Empathy's great. I don't think it applies when I'm assessing the quality of a game. It doesn't apply. If someone comes to me and they're like, hey, Lono, I trust your judgment on things. How is that mind's eye game? Am I going to be like, you know what? I really want to be careful here because real people worked on the game. And I'm going to like, dude, it's a pile of garbage. Skip it. But people worked on that. People cared about that. That doesn't matter. There are people that worked on a vacuum cleaner when I buy it. If it's a piece of crap, I'm going to tell somebody it's a piece of crap. It's a product at the end of the day. What we're doing is we're removing the veil between like user and consumer and company to, I think, an unhealthy degree. What it is we've become sort of like parasocial with developers because we can like talk to them and they can like do interviews. Like, you're not watching an interview with an engineer that's like, yes, so for the new Dyson vacuum cleaner, we came up with this really, really great technique. I think you guys are going to love it. You're not watching a podcast about that, but man, you'll watch podcasts interviewing devs. So what that's doing is it's like removing this barrier between like the consumer and the company, which I don't think is a bad thing. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. What it's leading to is like, well, we can't be overly critical of a game now because a real person made it. I'm like, that's true of every product out there. You're just like invoking empathy to, I think, an unhelpful degree. Again, we all agree that people being toxic, hateful, death threats, harassment, that all that stuff's completely out of bounds. Those are unhinged children that are like basically living an extended adolescence. We all agree on that. Stop lumping negative or critical YouTube videos in with those people. It's not the same thing. Not at all. Only video games get this treatment, says Wheezy. It's weird. What's good, Feed? I see you in the chat. We don't have a problem dunking on crap products when we see it on Amazon. Like, if a movie or a TV show is bad, people don't watch it. Corporations aren't your friends. It goes both ways. They shouldn't be protected, says Wired Rope. People are also more empathetic towards product of art because we see the emotions in art easier. I think that's fair as well. Yes, this is artistic expression. We get to listen to the developers talk about their passion, what they wanted the game to have, and what they wanted the game to be. I think both can be true. Right? Were people empathetic to Morbius? Yeah, exactly. Did people talk about all the key grips that worked really hard on the set of Morbius? Like, Sean Toria says Paris is notorious for doing this. There's no reason to call people out. Listen, I don't care if you want to be like extra positive or extra empathetic. If that's your outlook on life, that's totally fine. What I think we're doing, though, is we're going beyond that. We're going beyond that and acting like, well, you can't be critical, you can't be negative, because you're going to get lumped in with quote-unquote hate. And it's like, I just don't think that that's helpful. I think we should 100% welcome harsh, honest criticism. It's how developers grow. It's how games improve. Categorizing it as hate, what this can do, and I think this is dangerous, you can basically insulate developers. We heard about this with Concord, that they had like toxic positivity at the company. We heard similar things about Bungie not listening to people at the company who said, Marathon's going to need some PvE elements, and they thought they knew better. They didn't listen to the feedback. You are not helping a developer by like putting them in a padded room and being like, don't worry, we'll protect you. All these people that are being critical of your game, they're just being haters. That's not helping that developer grow. It isn't. Listen, I've had people who really don't like me make criticisms of me, and I don't watch a lot of the content because it's not in good faith, and it's just nasty. But even that, I think, sometimes can have threads of truth in it. It can. And I've tried to take some of it to heart. I've tried to be like, you know what? Maybe I could phrase things differently. Maybe I could speak differently. Maybe I could try and conduct myself with a little less harshness and a little less bite. Like, I have a green room every day with people who have watched my show for, 8, 9, and 10 years. And last year, I took a lot of harsh criticism to heart from people about how I was running the show and about how I was talking. Why? Because I don't need a bunch of people to tell me, you're doing great, man, you're the best. Don't listen to all the hate. No, tell me where I'm screwing up. Tell me where I could do a better job. That's how you improve. So I don't think the right approach here is to go so far, to create almost like toxic empathy to where you're so empathetic to the developer that all criticism is categorized as hate. That isn't helpful. That's not going to make Highguard any better. Listen, the team that spun that game up, they've got some chops. Some of the areas and the bases looked cool. The gun animations looked cool. These guys are veterans from the industry. They know what they're doing. The best thing for them would be to just absolutely stand on the front lines, like in the movie 300, when they're just getting battered with the rain, right? And they stand there resolute. Just stand there resolute and take it, because that's how you're going to improve as a developer. That's how you're going to make better games. You're not going to make this mistake again. And guess what? The industry also benefits from this, because the industry's watching. And that's why I'm kind of surprised this game even came out. Because after what happened to Concord, after what happened to Kill the Justice League, after the ongoing debate and discussion about hero shooters and live service games, I am just blown away that these guys didn't absolutely pull the e-brake and say, we need to start all the way over. Look at the docu-series, short videos, whatever, deep dives into Expedition 33 and Arcraiders. You want to know what both of those games have in common? They made enormous seismic tectonic changes to their games. Why? Because they realized they were going the wrong way. Both Expedition 33 and Arcraiders did that. And I think some of these companies need to reflect. You need to self-reflect on how you got here, because the public is like, this ain't it, man. This is bad. They put out a tweet today saying, we hear you. Listen, I got mad respect. If this studio stands up with their chest puffed out and says, let us hear it, just let us hear the criticism, I got mad respect for that. Don't do this empathy where like you're going to try and protect them from the mean people of the internet. You're stepping into a battlefield, man. It's a live fire exercise. You just got to accept what comes and try to be better. Somewhere, a hero shooter development is being rebooted, and I'm grateful Highguard showed them the way. Yo, thanks for that 3-stream streak. WTF Game. No way! WTF Game Nation. Good to see you, Lono. Hope you and the family are doing well. Brothers, I saw y'all streaming the other day, and I was like, I miss those homies. I do. I don't know. You're here and talking to my chat, so I'm not going to presume your opinion about me. A lot of people back then, they ain't coming back around anymore, but, you know. I appreciate it, man. They removed from makers of Titanfall and Apex from the Steam page. Yeah. Just started back, brother. Well, man, more power to you. Am I still following you? Let me make sure I'm still following you. You didn't unfollow me. Kiddos full lifing. Brother, I got a 10-year-old and a 12-year-old, dude. I got a 10-year-old and a 12-year-old, man. Life's just doing that thing. Yeah, I'm still following you. Okay. All right. I'll keep an eye out. Maybe throw you a raid or something if you guys... I don't know what time of day you stream. You guys are good people. I mean that. I remember being around you guys at the... maybe not both of you. I think it was just one of you at the one event. Graduate has 2 kids of his own. Wait. Okay, so the one that I met is the one that's out on his own now. I don't know if did I ever meet you in real life? I think I met the younger of you two. Yo, thank you, Cardoc Ren, for gifting the sub to WTF Game Nation, man. We go way back. Zubair says, nobody made these people make entertainment. They chose to make something that was more than likely than not to fail. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, if you look at the landscape right now and you're like, I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to make ourselves a live service game. Man, you better buckle the frick up. You know what it's like? It's like looking at somebody who's really, really in shape. All their muscles are trimmed, right? They look super fit, and you're like, I'm going to do that this year. Okay, it's going to be really tough. It's going to be extremely hard. Many people that set their sights on that kind of a physique don't make it. You know what I mean? I'm trying to ride my bike for 20 or 30 minutes every morning. I've done really good this year. I think I missed one day. I missed once. That's tough work, man. And I'm just riding a bike. I'm not even doing anything that extreme. I felt so bad for the crap that happened. Internet's a crazy, weird place. Keep doing you. I appreciate you saying that, man. We did meet up at the Destiny 2 premiere. Oh, that's right. I did meet you guys at the premiere. Yes. That's so long ago. Good golly, that was 2017, wasn't it? Yeah, 2017. I think your son came to like a St. Jude thing in 2018, and that's where I met him. I wish we would have had a different friendship, because I remember talking to him and realizing I needed help. I needed somebody to help me, and... I should have asked him for help because I think he was more trustworthy. I'd be in a very different scenario right now if I would have done that. I wish we would have had like maybe a longer, a better friendship or something. It's always hard in those situations, man. I was freaking the frick out. We got a hype training coming. Nice. Highguard is missing a lot of quality of life features. There's pacing issues with the matches that can be worked on, says Sven. But the things the devs do well are the things that I value in a PvP shooter, and it keeps me hooked. He learned everything he knows from me. It's a good man. It's a good dad. It's a good son. That's good. One thing Marathon has going against it is the Marathon creators slamming arcraiders and mocking its fans. The frick are you talking about? I've not seen that. Are you sure they've done that? You ever need anything? Wisdom is about all I have anymore. And a 5-bomb comes in from Wired Rope. He's like, come on, boys, let's actually do this hype train. Last couple of hype trains have just kind of sat there. Let's go for it. Thank you so much for doing that, Wired Rope. Remember, guys, every 25 I gift one back, so we're about 20 away right now from the next milestone. GTA 6 Online will be the next big game as a service. Nobody has a chance. You know what's funny? I hadn't even considered that, Batman fan. I really, really hadn't even considered that. Because to me, like, live service is already ridiculously hard. Imagine how much harder it's going to be when you're facing a vacuum cleaner that just sucks up all the players. Why do I keep getting these? I'm somehow... My phone number has somehow ended up on, like, property auction sites or something. They're like, you're next in line. I'm like, I'm good. Narwaffle gifts a sub. Thank you so much. Let me add it to the total. 207. It's 10-7 between the two platforms. They bought the role-playing servers, devs and stuff too. Oh yeah, they plan for GTA 6 Online to be enormous. They do. They plan for it to be huge, boys. That's going to be a really, I mean, I actually think in the grand scheme of things, we've talked about that with Marathon. I'm like, man, I think arcraiders has really made the launching pad for Marathon difficult. So I don't know what that means for Bungie and Destiny and everything else. That's why I have it in the title over there on purple. I think it's part of the conversation. Secondly, boy, GTA 6 going to make it hard. Drewski gifts a sub over there, trying to get the hype train to roll up one level. Thank you so much for doing that. Lona, why are you using so many vacuum analogies today? Is sucking on your mind? Maybe. No, I think that's just an easy, come on. I mean, what else are you going to say? I guess I could say black hole. It's not any better. Let's just stop. The point is that, I don't know what the point is anymore, okay? You've ruined everything, Paris. So, no, but seriously, why gotta be black? I don't know. Ask the Lord. I didn't set up the color spectrum of existence, brother. You know what I mean? You take that up with the big man. That's not my call, okay? What do you want me to say? I didn't do that. Anyway, I think in the realm of live service, there is something pretty seismic coming that's going to make it even more difficult to, like, capture and keep players. And it's GTA 6 Online. Like, I mean, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? I remember Red Dead Redemption 2 caused player-based numbers in Destiny to drop. Those aren't even related. Those aren't even related. So, yeah, GTA 6. Well, we need to remember this, though. GTA 6 is not releasing with online. Online will come later. Guys on purple, if you're trying to roll this hype train over, you got 30 seconds. What are your thoughts on the drop date for GTA 6? It seems, in light of recent developments, that the date is getting more concrete. You know, it's kind of like when you lay concrete, right? You're like, I don't know if the concrete is hard yet, because a dog or somebody will run across it. I feel like it's getting more concrete. It's like, okay, I think they're gonna make it. I think they're gonna make it, because the recent hullabaloo where, like, Jason Schreier did that podcast, he came back and said, he's like, no, I was actually saying he thinks the date's more firm this time. Another insider came out and said, he's like, I'm very careful when I talk about this game. I don't want to get anybody fired. He's like, but I'll just say this. He's like, I think they're hitting the date. He's like, I've not heard anything that indicates they're going to miss the date. And he was very careful. He didn't want to say too much. I think they're going to land it for a couple of reasons. Okay? For a couple of reasons. I think they've got to land in this fiscal period, or Strauss Zelnick's in trouble. I mean that. You're in trouble, brother. He made assurances to the shareholders 2 or 3 different times that the previous fiscal period was going to get a nice influx of cash, and we all knew what they were talking about, and then he even started saying GTA 6. We're confident in GTA 6. He makes these assurances to the shareholders. Oh yeah, GTA 6 is coming out this fiscal period. It doesn't happen. I think it has to land this fiscal period, or Strauss Zelnick's in trouble. I think the shareholders are going to be like, I don't know what the heck you're doing over there, but we need this game to come out, man. You keep making these assurances and picking dates. We're not doing this again with you, bro. He could lose his job. I mean that. I mean that. I don't think they can push it out of this fiscal period again. That means let's say they're trying to delay it again. Hypothetically, I don't think they are. They'd have to keep it in this fiscal period, which means you would delay it to like January, February, or March. What I think they're going to say is you ship whatever you got in November, and then you just fix it after the fact. Because they're going to sell a stupid amount of copies. The game could fall apart an hour in and be really buggy and glitchy. It doesn't matter. They're going to make a stupid amount of money and they can fix it in the aftermath. You're basically facing two potential storms. One is a storm from your shareholders. The other is a storm from players who bought your game and are like, hey, this isn't working well. You're like, we can weather the player storm. We can weather that. We can update the game, patch it, and fix it. Can't really fix shareholders that want your job. I'm not seeing why investors would be so up in arms. Well, because when you're given assurances that many times that increase in cash flow is coming, the stock value goes up. People buy more shares. And then you delayed it multiple times. And all that money that they spent, they lost money. The value of the stock went down. So they're going to come back and be like, listen, man, we're holding on right now. We're holding on. Why? Because when this game lands, stock value is going to go up. We're going to make a bunch of money. If you delay it again, we're going to lose money again. Right? If they miss holiday 2026, I'll eat my hat. That's what I was just getting ready to say. If you're choosing between, January, February, and March to make sure that the shareholders are happy, and if you're choosing between that and hitting the holiday period and dealing with having to patch the game, you're going to hit that holiday period and just patch the game. Toxic positivity, spot on, brother. Are you really behind MM2K or are people already clipping? That was a while ago. Are people already clipping? That's record time right there. He might just be on stream delay. This homie's like 30 minutes behind. I'm like, huh? It's coming out whether it's completely ready or not. Whoops, meant toxic empathy. Yeah, I think there's a difference between toxic positivity and toxic empathy. Yeah. This brother's 20 minutes behind. Bless him. Bless his heart. Yeah, he's doing his best, y'all. He's doing his best. No, he's really, really nice. You also check out MM2K's. Are you still making content? I feel like I haven't seen tweets from you for some reason. Let me see. I think he's still doing stuff. Let's check here. Let's check. Yeah. It looks like maybe less often, but yeah. Check him out. He's always been very, very kind to me. Very, very kind to me. Encouraging DMs when the crap got kind of crappy. Makes sense. I agree. This day and age, so many games come out unpolished. The gain will outweigh anything else. Yeah, I mean, unless I don't see this happening, right? We've seen one instance where a game comes out and is in such bad shape, it damages the company's reputation and it damages the share value so much that they got sued by their shareholders. That was Cyberpunk. And so that's a rare instance. I don't think we're going to see that happen with GTA 6. Take-Two stock's actually doing decent. Well, you got to look at the big picture, though. All right. So, if you bought in, you're actually probably right. Now that I'm looking at this, they're probably the shareholders, I still think, are going to want this thing to happen this year. But if you go 5 years out, I think there's a degree of truth to what you're saying. From 2023 to now, look at what the stock value's done. I mean, it's gone from about $100 to $250. All right. to go 1.5 up. I mean, that's pretty impressive. And even after the delay, they've had some dips, but the trajectory is still sound, right? It was in the dump last time I checked, but you got to zoom out here. You got to understand that if you started investing in this time frame here, 2023 to 2024, in anticipation to GTA, you're still making money. Like you're still gaining quite a bit, actually. Like if you bought a bundle at $100, you're quite happy right now at $250, especially since GTA 6 hasn't even come out yet. I don't know. I still stand by it's got to come out this fiscal period. I still think there are going to be people, maybe increasing their shares, increasing their investment in anticipation for this game. And if you don't hit that date, they're gonna take a hit. And they're not. I just don't think they're gonna like that, especially given the assurances he's had. $250 a share is not in the dump. I should have bought 2 years ago, for sure. Oh yeah, yeah. You buy on the. If you're trying to buy on the dip, I don't know how much lower Ubisoft can get. How do you think they also have NBA 2K? Well, yeah, that's the other thing. They have a lot of things that make them money. They do. They have a lot of things that make them money. And you're not necessarily only reliant on GTA 6. I think it does come down to the level of assurances that he's made over the years. You are going to start to see, I think, a frustration, or maybe even like a, hey, why do you keep saying this? You can only say, like, development's volatile and the market's hard to predict so many times before your shareholders are going to get tired of hearing that. They're going to be like, okay, why don't you stop giving us dates then? Why don't you stop making assurances? Like, if that's the case, stop making assurances. Because if you're going to continue doing that, folks are going to say, hey man, I would like to know why you keep saying this, because where are you getting this information? Are you getting it from the company? Are you getting it from your managers, your project managers? Like who are you getting this from is the question. Because I think if you're looking at assurances on a release date and somebody says, oh yeah, we're hitting 2025, oh yeah, we're really confident, we're really confident in this. Well, the question would become, who told you that? Why do you think that that's the case? Where are you getting this? Oh, it's a limit order. I don't even know what that means. When was the last time you checked? 2003? Somebody said down 7. Down 7. No, they're up from previous. Again, if you go back to 2023, and this again would be the question, when did they start getting people to buy in for GTA 6 and gains on GTA 6? That's the question. When did people start doing that? Because if you bought in around that time, the stock value has gone up. But you'd start to have questions. You'd start to be like, hey, could we figure out, why on earth are you guys continuing to say that you've got this confidence that this thing is coming out? And again, where are you getting this? Why can't I see this? Anyways, sorry, I'm trying to do something. He was saying it's down in the dumps. It was down $7 in the last month, which is nothing overall. Yeah, that's why I zoomed out on the 5 years. I was like, if you look at 5 years, then I think you've got to see the people are probably not that concerned. But again, the question is not, do we have a game coming? The question is, where are you getting your information? You keep telling us you've got the date. You keep telling us you've got this confidence. Okay, well, that starts to call into question your confidence in the future. That starts to call that into question. Because because again, when I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, if you're going to be coming to me in the future and you tell me you've got like, an NBA game, another sports game, this game and that game coming out. If you're going to come to me and tell me, oh yeah, this is going to happen and these games are coming in this time. If you did this 2, 3, and 4 times with GTA 6, I might be like, yeah, I don't know. That's why I think they've got to hit the date this time. I think they have to. Last time I checked. Why are you assuming last time I checked was this month? Y'all are butchering the sentence. The statement doesn't clarify a time frame. Last time I checked could be 10 years ago. Down in the dump, down in the dumps are very different. It's up year over year for years on end. So I have to look at something like the last 30 days. Yeah, I don't think that you could describe the share value as down in the dumps. It definitely took a hit when they announced the delay. It took a hit. It has since bounced back. So I would imagine that Strauss Zelnick is saying, listen, I could only do this once. I can't go to the shareholders and say, listen, we're certain this game is coming. We're certain this game's going to make it, and then do it again. Evil isn't real. He can't hurt you. Evil Xbox Reforged. What is that from, Spice King? Where are you seeing that? Like, I don't think you can keep coming back and saying this. I think that's probably what Strauss Zelnick's saying to them, is that this game absolutely has to come out. Someone said that they thought they were delaying for the PS6. No. I've seen that theory before, that the GTA 6 release date is going to shift again and move again, and they're going to delay for the PlayStation 6. Homies, the PlayStation 6 ain't coming out next year. It isn't. All signs point to that thing landing late 2028 at the earliest. There ain't no way. Everything has been thrown into upheaval. Everything. It's a YouTube channel on your front page? Oh, okay. I was like, I didn't type that. All signs point to the PlayStation 6 getting pushed. There's just no way. There's just no way. I felt like production was going to start in 2027 and they were going to push it anyway. I felt like that for a while. I was like, I just don't know. I think they're going to try and stretch this gen. They had a slow start. GTA 6 got pushed an entire year. They know that GTA 6 is going to be really helpful to push PlayStation 5s. I just don't think so. Oh, well, there you go. I'm not ready for the PlayStation 6. High Guard, don't call it a comeback. High Guard about to make a comeback? You think so? What makes you say that? I just wonder how much the new PSSR will affect GTA 6. We're hearing a lot of rumbling about PSSR 2.0 coming to the PlayStation 5 Pro between now and March. I'm hoping we can see evidence of that, execution in a game like Soros. Obviously, Wolverine is later this year. So it's supposed to help PSVR 2 a lot. Yeah, I'm not too concerned about that. I don't really use my PSVR 2 anymore. But no, I don't think if anybody is trying to say GTA 6 is going to get delayed because because we're looking at a PlayStation 6 timing thing. Yeah, I don't think so at all. I don't think so. I don't think we've seen a single piece of evidence to that degree. Yeah. High guard and comeback used in the same sentence. Yeah, I don't know why you would think that high guard is going to make a comeback. I don't see any evidence of it. I see evidence of the literal opposite. I feel like they're going to be, I don't know. If they're able to survive the year, I'll be surprised. Like, I don't know if they're even going to make it out of the 6-month window. Like, they may literally get a month in and they're going to be like, yeah, we can't do this. This isn't going to work. We've absolutely fundamentally miscalculated here. You know? Okay, there we go. You know, they're just going to release GTA 6 PS6 version as well. That's the other thing I think people forget. I think people forget that they really like selling the game to you more than once. All right? They really, really like selling the game to you more than once. So, Raven with a VIP, welcome back in. I would not expect them to pass up that opportunity again. Sony should make its own PC. I don't think they have any interest in that. Player count was under 10,000 this morning. Yeah. If you guys are watching on YouTube and you haven't hit the like button yet, do me a favor and do that. We're just past the hour mark. Let's try to get to 200 likes. That is really, really helpful. I wanted to start the day off with a joke. Well, you did a good job. That was good. We all had a good laugh. Leonida says, I'm going to end up buying GTA 6 4 times in 3 years, aren't I? Oh, yeah. You're going to buy it that many times and you're going to like it. Oh, my word. I'd buy GTA 6 on Stadia. Yeah, I don't know about that. There's other things going on. We're not gonna beat the GTA 6 topic to death. If you guys have had your fill of it, there's other things to discuss. I haven't gotten to look at this just yet. I wanted to look at this with you guys. So, one of the games I'm really looking forward to this year is Control Resonant. I have just recently replayed through Control, the Ultimate Edition, and all DLC. I think you guys should definitely check it out. It's like $4 on Steam. It's like $40 on Xbox and PlayStation. That's with all that's Control Ultimate with everything. All right. And Control Resonant's coming sometime this year. Now, they did recently shoot down the rumor that it was coming second quarter. Okay. So, good on Game Informer. They're getting previews of a handful of games, and one of the previews they got, which it's not really a preview. I think they're kind of using this word a little liberally here. Usually a preview is when you get to, like, see an hour or two or play an hour or two of Control Resonant. That's not what happened here. This is an interview, but it's still definitely worth reading. Remedy Entertainment has finally revealed the sequel to Control, and despite calling it Control 2 in financial earnings reports, it's called something else, Control Resonant. Though formally revealed during the Game Awards in December, I got an early look at the game behind virtual closed doors ahead of the premiere with creative director Michael Karsiranen, who is also co-director of the studio and director of 2019's Control. Okay, so they did get to see the game. I think this is mostly an interview, though. The reveal trailer begins with a man sitting in a glass cage within the oldest house, the setting of Control, and the New York City-based headquarters of the Federal Bureau of Control. Soon after, we see Manhattan morph into dizzying mix of skyscrapers and streets reminiscent of Inception or Spider-Man No Way Home. After a quick look at bloody bodies adorning the oldest house steps, teasing that something has gone very wrong. In the Bureau's headquarters, we see Jesse Faden, the protagonist of Control, stab someone on a slab with a strange metal object. That someone is Dylan Faden, Jesse's brother, and the metal object might just be the Aberrant, the shape-shifting melee weapon he'll be using as the new player-controlled protagonist. So if you didn't play the first game, Jesse goes around with a shape-shifting gun, and it can be essentially like pistol, SMG, shotgun, like you can change it, and you can upgrade it, and there's mods. This game's going to be melee-based, which I'm actually really excited about, because I think it'll be a great way to distinguish one title to the next. This is what he has to say here. Control is the story of two supernatural siblings separated as kids. They live two very different lives. Dylan was taken at age 10 by a mysterious organization, and Jesse, who was 11 at the time, managed to escape. Control takes place 17 years after this event, and Jesse managed to find Dylan inside the oldest house, but it was too late. The Hiss had already taken over. Jesse, however, resisted the Hiss and became the new FBC director. She then saves Dylan from certain death and cleanses him from the Hiss. It left him in a coma, and Control ends in quite a stalemate. The Hiss is stopped, but contained only within the oldest house. Yeah, there's also a DLC that makes it pretty significant that they're not going to be able to contain it much longer. Like, it seems like they're going to eventually lose their ability to contain it, which is likely what leads to the events that happened before Control Resonant. Fast forward 7 years after Control, and Jesse has mysteriously disappeared. The Hiss lockdown has fallen apart, and the corruptive supernatural force has spilled into Manhattan, turning the once vibrant city into a kaleidoscope of psychedelic nightmares. Dylan awakens from his coma, though the reveal trailer teases this might be less of a medical miracle and more the work of otherworldly forces, and determines he must save Manhattan. Yeah, it seems like in the trailer that the board, that's the mysterious group that like communicates with Jesse, it seems like the board is part of why he wakes up. And they basically say in the trailer that the sibling has gone rogue, and then it says, "You're up." We get that right here in this frame, which is just freaking awesome. This is, I kind of want these guys to make a Star Wars game. I think they could make an incredible, gritty, action-oriented, more Force-oriented Star Wars game. I really do. When I was playing through Control, my kiddos would watch every once in a while. We didn't really let them watch because it's a creepy game. But they would see me like throwing stuff, and they were like, "Oh, do you have the Force?" And I was like, "No." And then my one kiddo said, "Oh, they should make a Star Wars game. The people who made this game should make a Star Wars game." And I'm like, "Oh my gosh, you're absolutely correct." I mean, you really can even kind of get Star Wars Jedi vibes just from him standing here with like almost like a cape cloak thing in the wind and holding, you know, what it's not a lightsaber, but you know what I'm saying? Imagine it is. To do so, he will be using the Aberrant, which is similar to Jesse's service weapon. It can shapeshift to match his needs, going from a dual-wielded melee weapon to massive hammer and presumably more. Kacernin describes the open-ended game as distinctly not open world and one with fast-paced traversal, warped environments, and mind-bending powers and weapons. So it's not an open-world game, okay? So those of you that have a little bit of that open-world fatigue, you can rest assured this is not an open world. I think our way of handling traversal is going to be something that will stand out, and I also believe we have a unique take on how we blend melee with forward-facing momentum and supernatural abilities, he tells me in a separate email Q&A. That sounds really interesting to me, that you're sort of weaving the two together. You're blending, you've got traversal, but then you're blending melee with this sort of forward-facing momentum as well as your supernatural abilities. I'm really excited about that. I really am. There were times that I felt like in Control that I wanted to do more melee-focused stuff. Like I would get close to the enemies and I'd like slam them with something, and I really felt like, man, I want to close the gap and just wail on them, but your melee wasn't all that great. And you also had a ground slam that you could unlock. Melee just wasn't all that wonderful in Control. I typically just stuck to the throwing and the shooting. So this sounds very exciting. In this open-ended Manhattan, you can expect secrets, side stories, and more. Kacernin says none of it is filler, and all of it is integrated into the larger world of Control and the Golden Path, stopping short of discussing any ties wider to the Remedyverse. He adds that Control is an action-adventure game, and that Resonant is an action RPG with, quote, more meaningful progression and real choices alongside distinctive builds that complement various gameplay styles. Quote, It's not a question of just entering a genre that is new to us, but discovering what the Remedy interpretation of it is. Control was a great first stepping stone. Now we're ready to leap further. I got to say, I find this to be very exciting. I think this sounds awesome. It sounds like they're not just saying, oh, you know, this is an action-adventure game. It's like, no. This is going to be our interpretation of this kind of a game. We're going to kind of like blend, you know, the melee and the supernatural, your forward-facing momentum, your traversal. They're going to have meaningful progression. They're going to have, you know, distinct builds that can complement your playstyles. I think this sounds awesome. So I wanted to give you a glimpse at that. This is kind of our first glimpse at the game outside of the trailer that happened at the Game Awards. So I think it sounds great. Can't wait for Control, my most anticipated game. Yeah, it's my second most anticipated game. My most anticipated game is Soros, followed by Control Resonant, followed by Wolverine. We've got a really, really nice lineup. After that, Phantom Blade Zero. After that, there's just so many. I don't understand why Remedy isn't held in higher acclaim. I'm 100% a fanboy. I wonder if sometimes, like a developer like Remedy and games like Control, they didn't get like widespread acclaim because they're weird. And I think when you're weird, you're just going to lose some people. They're just not going to buy the game. They're not going to hang. They're not going to go the distance and play to completion or roll credits. You know, it's entirely possible that they just lose people because they're a little weird. I literally started a Control gameplay playlist last night. Perfect timing. Yeah, man. It's good. It really, really is good. It was nominated for Game of the Year. Sure, I'm talking about like widespread. Like, did it sell a bunch of copies? Does it have like the widespread consumer acclaim? Yes. Alan Wake 2 and Control were both nominated for Game of the Year. They get critical acclaim. I'm talking about like widespread consumer acclaim. What other acclaim are they missing? Commercial? Like, did Alan Wake 2 and Control, I mean, did they top sales charts? I don't think that they did. I'm not saying that's an indictment of the games. I'm just saying one of the reasons they probably don't get like the widespread acclaim with the consumers is because they're a little weird. Lona, did you enjoy the Control live service game they put out? No, it was terrible. Control is good. It's just not casual populace good because it doesn't hit the general populace, which is fine. Yeah, I think they're probably like almost, to me, they're like cult classic. Control surpassed 19 million players. Was it on? It's been on some sub-services and it's been free a couple of times, hasn't it? Like on Epic and stuff. I don't know. Boasting players is interesting. Boasting players, I mean, that could be pretty heavily padded. I feel like it's been on Game Pass a handful of times. I love the game. I'm just thinking I don't necessarily think it had like roaring commercial success. Neither did Alan Wake 2. I'm not saying that as a slam. I just think that people see the trailers and they're like, yeah, that's a little weird, and then they don't buy it. I hold Control up there with Returnal as far as like one of the best, most original games I've ever played. I put it up there side by side with Returnal. I mean, you guys know I adore Returnal. It's like, it may end up becoming the game I start saying, like, what's your all-time favorite game? I'll be like, you know what? I got to say it. I think it's Returnal. I usually say Hellblade 1, but like, I didn't play Hellblade 1 for 200 plus hours. I didn't get a platinum in that. I mean, my first platinum is, you know, Control franchise sales hit 5 million. Remedy gives an update. When was that they said that? That was in 2025. Oh, that was last year. Remedy's Control franchise has surpassed 5 million sales across 2 console generations, with Remedy now fully owning the publishing rights. Yeah, 5 million's respectable. That's not widespread commercial acclaim. Alan Wake wouldn't have existed without the Epic deal. Yeah, I know. I don't think anybody is saying anything about. I mean, maybe somebody said something about it and I missed it. Oh, yeah, somebody did. Alan Wake 2 would have done much better if it wasn't on the Epic launcher, only on PC. Yeah, but they came out and spoke about the Epic deal and how it basically is the reason that Alan Wake 2 happened. I think the games are respectable commercially. Alan Wake wasn't in the top-selling games the year it came out. Yeah, there was some weirdness there, too. Wasn't there, like, no physical edition of Alan Wake 2? And people felt like that really hurt it in certain, sectors. If you guys are just tuning in, there's plenty of things to talk about. We looked at a brand new preview of Control Resonant. We're kind of talking about Alan Wake 2, Control, and Remedy games. We also talked about GTA 6. Apparently isn't going to have physical editions of the game at launch. You might have to wait. There's plenty of other things to discuss. If you've never been here before, you can bring up any topic you want, and we'll talk about it as long as it's about gaming. Go through the ritual, though, as you kind of pile in and sit in and lurk for the day. A lot of you guys lurk and listen like it's a podcast. Make sure you don't forget to hit the like button, though. We need 10 more likes. Great developer, they just aren't general populace front-facing. I feel like they're almost like cult following. They're like those really cool movies that everybody loves but like didn't sell a ton of tickets. No physical, and those people waited until physical was released. I don't think that's parallel to the GTA 6 conversation. I think people waiting for Alan Wake 2 to come to physical, and again, we don't know how many waited. I mean, you'd have to be able to quantify and prove that nobody bought it digital and then ultimately wanted physical or waited for physical. Like, there's no way for you to prove that. That's a lot of presumption that the people who bought physical were every single person that wanted physical and they all were willing to wait. There's no way to know that. I also don't think anybody waiting for a physical version of Alan Wake 2 is equivalent to people that are going to want to play GTA 6. Physical fans will wait. I'm not saying there are no physical fans that will wait. I'm saying in the realm of GTA 6, I think lots of them will give in. They'll just be like, you know what, frick it, I'll buy it twice. It's GTA 6. This is not just some run-of-the-mill game. This isn't just some other game that comes out, and you can wait and fill your time with something else. Did you like the new Resident Evil gameplay that came out on Monday? Wait. What new gameplay that came out on Monday? Alan Wake movie and a Control TV show? I mean, a Control TV show would I think could crush. The actress is a bit of a babe. I mean, they don't represent her all that well in the game. She kind of looks a little different in the game. I don't think it's what... If Control came out nowadays, everybody would be screaming, malding, and throwing her face on thumbnails and calling it woke. Because she doesn't look exactly like the actress. I think it had more to do with the technology. I don't think they were like trying to not make her attractive. I think back then it was harder to get the faces, especially when somebody has like a prominent jawline, which she does. But like, you could make an amazing show, and she'd be a great lead. I think people would really like her. The Old House TV show would be great. It would be... There's so much they could do with it. It's so Twilight Zone, X-Files adjacent. It's like people love that kind of stuff. You guys know me. I'm an enormous fan of Twilight Zone. I think it's the greatest television show ever created. I think it's the reason we have shows today, like X-Files and Black Mirror and anything. I mean, I don't think you have Severance without Twilight Zone. She's a bit of a Frankenstein face in the game. No, yeah, they didn't do a great job with her face. I saw her doing like a studio tour, and I'm like, wow, she's kind of a baddie. She doesn't look like that in the game at all. Like, it's not. And the interesting thing is Pope, the one with the short blonde hair. She's really cute in the game, and she looks like the actress. I'm not quite sure what happened with the facial capture of Jessie. She just doesn't look like the main character. The actress enough. She doesn't quite look right. The objects of power are so thought out too. Oh yeah, it's got such Dharma Initiative vibes. Like, man, Control. Yeah, Control could be an amazing TV show. It really, really could. You could do so many seasons because there's so many offshoot stories you could tell about objects of power, where they were found, who interacted with them, the tests that you're running. There's so much you could do with it. So much. I hope that they get the general recognition they deserve from the general population one day. I think Control Resonant could do that, Wheeze. You want to know why? The combat. I think if they do a good showcase and they show this homie doing cool things with that combat, that melee, I think you grab a lot of people. I think action adventure games where you're melee based, there's a ton of people that are gonna be like, well, I'm gonna check that out. You got guys that like Souls games, you got guys that like games like Yote, you got guys that like games like Neo. It's, you know what could also help it? This is gonna sound weird, but hear me out. I think the deluge of samurai games could help Control Resonant. Everybody's sort of like, okay, here comes another samurai with the cool hat and a sword. Oh my gosh, like, this game could stand out in the market because people be like, listen, man, I love a good melee-based game. I need something a little different than a samurai with a katana. And this homie is going to look cool. Like, he's got some swagger. I mean, in that scene where he takes the thing and he, like, throws his hands down, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is cool. Like, there's just something about it. It's a little reminiscent of Henry Cavill reloading his fist. It's like, okay, this guy means business. He's tough. I just bought Control Ultimate Edition to replay it before Resonant. Yeah, for $4? $4 for a Game of the Year contender? Y'all, everybody should be buying Control on Steam right now for $4. Throw that sucker in your backlog. It is so dadgum good. It is so good. I don't even know how many hours I got out of it. I don't even know, because I did all the DLC. There's nothing left for me to do. I mean, there's probably like little side issues to do. I didn't like the jukebox. I didn't like those environments. I did that once for the side quest, and I never went back in. The jukebox area wasn't that enjoyable. You never did the DLC? The only problem with the DLC is the bosses are really stupid. I'm just going to fair warn you. The Alan Wake boss, I literally went to Reddit and like everybody hates him because the fight's really poorly built. Like, it's just frustrating. It's not that it's hard. It just doesn't make any sense. It's not paced well either. The boss for the other DLC as well, it just isn't very fun. They're like a bullet sponge. And so like, it wasn't difficult. I didn't die. It just took for frickin' ever. That's the only disappointing thing about the DLCs. The DLCs are super cool, super creative. They really, really added to like what you're able to do, especially not the Alan Wake one. The other one, you get some cool abilities that you don't have in the main game. So look up Resident Evil Requiem. Tons of YouTubes put out new gameplay previews. Everyone is praising it. It runs at 60 FPS 4K with ray tracing on the Pro. I saw that. It's like 12 to 13 minutes of gameplay with new mechanics. Are you for real? How do we not see this? I must have missed it because we were doing all the high guard coverage. I must have missed it. We were doing a whole lot of high guard coverage. Let's see here. RE9 new gameplay. Can I watch it on their official channel, or do I gotta watch somebody else's video? Oh, somebody put this in the Discord. Maximilian had a video about it, and I didn't realize that it had basically just been released. Like, people can just straight up watch it. My condolences and prayers. What happened? Luke is sharing, says, hey, Lono, my mom passed away not long ago, and your streams really helped me get through the day as I work. At work, as I begin to get back to normal. Man, I'm sorry, bro. That's freaking heavy, brother. That's heavy. If y'all's parents are still around, man, give them a call. Call them today and just say, hey, just thinking that you want to check in on you, man. I'm sure they'd like it. I can't imagine when my kiddos move away. I don't even want to think about it. I hope they call me often, but I'm sorry, brother. You know, it's all right to be sad, you know. Just don't let that shadow touch everything, you know. You got to talk to somebody, you know. Stay connected with your friends and your family. Don't isolate. You isolate in sadness, it can become too much. Okay, so I've got a 13-minute video here, Residents of Evil. Did they release this footage officially, like, on the Resident Evil channel? I'd prefer just to watch it, like, from them. Like, I don't want to have a bunch of, like, commentary and stuff. Yeah, it looks like they didn't release it like official. It looks like you have to watch this through other people. How long has it been on this guy's channel? It's been on his channel for a day. He has almost 1 million views. I don't know. Let me think about it. I don't like jumping on people's content that got that kind of a deal right away. It feels. I like to let people kind of live in the algo for at least 24 to 48 hours, just out of respect. It has slight spoilers. Okay. PlayStation Access did a whole 30-minute play of Requiem showing the new Leon gameplay. It looks good. Okay. Residents of Evil channel posted it up with no commentary, full gameplay. Yeah, I mean they got a lot of subs and a lot of views. I still just don't ever feel good about that. I don't like doing that to another creator. They put the they put the video up 2 days ago. They put it up on January the 26th. Okay, we can watch it. That's long enough. I like to let it be. If I can hit 48 hours before I watch somebody else's content, I like to do that. Okay. Jake Baldino did a video a couple days ago on it. Okay, yeah, I like Jake. But I just want to see the gameplay. So you're saying there's spoilers in here? It's 13 minutes. I wonder if we should just put this... We should wait and put this in a stream description and title, because it doesn't make any sense to put it in today's stream. I might just have to hold off on that, okay? It's a little slow right now anyway in gaming news. So I don't want to put 85 things into one show, if that makes sense. Control kind of made me want to play Alan Wake. I'm the same way, Spice King. So I finished Mio Memories in Orbit. It's a Metroidvania. I can recommend it with some caveats because it's got some rough edges. I really liked it. But as a Metroidvania, it kind of breaks the Metroidvania promise. Near the end, I did not feel like all of my abilities were leveraged in an empowering way. It was a little bad at the end. There was one particular platforming area that I thought was designed very poorly. You couldn't see what was coming. It had performance issues. The frames were, dropping, and I was getting like glitches because there were so many explosions happening. Like the frame rate would just drop and the whole game would freeze. My daughter was watching me play, and she's like, why is it doing that? Like, even she noticed it. You'd never get a dash. No. I didn't like that. The final platforming area that was frustrating me, you can't see what's coming. So it's one of those platforming areas that you memorize. You're not all reaction. You're memorizing. So you'll drop and be like, what? I didn't know that was going to be over there. How could I have known that? Well, now you do, right? So you go back and run it again. The problem with that is every time you run back and run it again, you lose some of your health. You lose one of your health bars. And then when you run out of health, you got to run it all the way from the beginning. No checkpoints. No checkpoints. That was frustrating. So that happens at the end. So that to me kind of breaks the Metroidvania promise. Like one of the things I loved about Prince of Persia and the Lost Crown is at the end and in some of the boss fights and stuff, you're using all of your abilities. All of them. You feel empowered. You feel emboldened, but you also feel challenged. It's like you've got to use everything. It's kind of like it's akin to in the final fight of Sekiro, Ishin makes you sort of use everything that you've learned, right? Mio Memories in Orbit really doesn't do that well at all. It doesn't do that in, I think, a good way. And it's a little frustrating because in a Metroidvania, you want to kind of walk into the ending areas with a little bit of confidence, but you're also expecting to be challenged. And so like your confidence in your abilities and the challenge create this like apex experience. I feel like that happens in Ori and the Will of the Wisps, Prince of Persia and the Lost Crown, Shinobi Art of Vengeance. These are wonderful platformers, Metroidvanias. Shinobi Art of Vengeance is a bit of a mix. It's not like a traditional Metroidvania, but it has Metroidvania elements because you do go back with new abilities and go to other areas and stuff. Mio doesn't do a great job with that. So that was a little frustrating. And the final fight I found to be very frustrating because you have this lasso ability. You can lasso to items and you can lasso to enemies. And I had a build where when I lasso to an enemy, or I've recently used my lasso, my next attack is really strong. Near the end of the game, for whatever reason, the lasso becomes horrible. I think some of it's because a lot of the enemies, they move quickly or they teleport. And so the lasso just misses, or the lasso touches them and doesn't do anything. The last 2 fights in Mio, I would literally lasso. My lasso would hit the enemy and nothing would happen. Well, that's not good because I'm using it to like get away from attacks. I'm using it to like launch myself in the air. I'm using the lasso. Similarly, there were fights in Prince of Persia like this. You would like use your lasso to like go up in the air. I had a whole build for Prince of Persia that was awesome where like I did more damage in the air. So I'd intentionally always be like launching myself in the air. It was so fun. Well, in Mio, the lasso becomes so unreliable. It was incredibly frustrating. I was taking tons of damage in the final fight because like the enemy would be like right in front of me or like up in the air, and I'd lasso. The lasso would miss. Well, now I'm sitting there in a slight cooldown where I can't lasso again and I can't do my little like dodge, and I would take damage. There were like I could have made a montage of the lasso going out, hitting the boss, and nothing happening. It was extremely frustrating. So I can recommend the game with some caveats. It falls a little off the rails at the end, which was kind of disappointing, but art style, music, combat, I would say all but 2 boss fights were excellent. They were excellent. The final 2 boss fights were frustrating because of the lasso. Because I had all this muscle memory. Like, I built my entire character around, like, I would lasso to an enemy, and then on my way over to them, or I'd go behind them, and I'd kind of turn around, and I would just, bam, I'd wail on them. It was really fun. So I think with some polish and some updates and some patches, Mio could be almost perfect. I think they need to add checkpoints to that one platforming area at the end. I think they need to improve the lasso's accuracy. They need to resolve some of those performance issues. There was so much going on in the final boss fight, the game literally crashed once. It just straight up crashed. I was actually doing really well, so it's kind of frustrating. There's just so much going on and exploding. It starts to have performance issues when that happens. Like, it starts to hitch and frame drop. So, needs a little tender love and care. Need some quality passes, maybe some adjustments to checkpoints in the one section at the end. For the most part, I didn't mind the runbacks. They were not nearly as egregious as Silksong. It was just that one platforming section is like, you guys need some checkpoints here, especially if you're going to sucker punch me and surprise me. Like, learning by dying, you have to let the player respawn right there and try again. You can't send them all the way back if you're going to learn by dying. If it's literally designed to kill me, and then I know where a certain trap is, that's totally fine. Ori has sections like that. Rayman Legends has sections like that, like where it's super intense and you're like, oh my gosh, I got to jump and dash at the end or whatever. So they've got some polish, I think, that could really help the game. Overall, I liked it and thought it was a good game. It's like the 5th game I've completed this year. So far I've done High on Life, Control, Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, and then this game, Mio Memories in Orbit. We're not even out of January, and I've finished 5 games. So, I'm a tourist and don't play a lot of games, though. $5 super chat from Dan. What's good? We'll definitely try Control. Did not realize the Ultimate Edition is on Game Pass. I think it's also on PS Plus. Yeah, for those of you that have PS Plus. So, yeah. I highly recommend Control. Highly recommend Control. It's a very, very good game. I actually don't know what I should play next. What got me onto Mio was somebody said, after playing Control, they want to play Alan Wake. I kind of feel like I need to do that. I kind of feel like I need to play Alan Wake and then Alan Wake 2 in that order. I don't think I should skip Alan Wake. I know it's kind of considered a classic by many, and I feel like I would appreciate it. And right now, I think we've got a bit of a window before anything significant comes out. Let's look at the releases. I don't know if there's anything on the horizon that would necessarily pull me in. I think we're kind of waiting right now, right? Okay. So January 29th, we got Cairn. I hate this place. I've heard Code Vein 2 is not that great. The reviews are not that good. Excuse me. My wife and I are playing Core Keeper, and we're actually really, really enjoying it. We're taking a bit of a break, though, to watch the Fallout TV show. Rock Galactic's got a season starting. Okay, so there's Code Vein 2. It's not getting the best reviews. Yeah. It's not getting the best reviews, so. Asmon Bump. I'm not sure what you mean, Asmon Bump. Did he talk about a game that I was just talking about? Reanimal's about to drop. Yeah, when does Reanimal come out? Fallout Season 2 is so good. Yeah, we're really enjoying it. So that's estimated January. Okay, so February. What do we have here? Aces of Thunder. No. Yeah, none of these really interest me. Dragon Quest. I know a ton of you guys are excited about that one. Not really for me. So Neo 3. High Guard. Yeah, you popped up. Wait. What do you mean I popped up? Like, did he react to one of my things, or I was just like on the YouTube search bar or whatever? So Neo 3, that has a demo that comes out, I think, in like 2 days, doesn't it? I may check that out. Okay, so between there and now, and then Romeo is a Dead Man, I think looks really, really cool. That's February 11th. So I've got some time to play Alan Wake 1. Reanimal's February 13th. So, okay. He opened one of your vids? Oh, no way, he did? I didn't know that he did that. Typically, if he watches one of your vids, you'll get a pretty big bump on the vid. I've not gotten any, unless he just did it. I've not gotten any comments or anything. It might have, was it the one where the guy was crying, or was it my High Guard makes no sense? You should totally play High Guard. I hear it's doing awesome. Listen, I've tried really hard not to be toxic about it because, you know, these are some of the people that worked on Titanfall 2 and Apex. Like, you know, I like them to a degree, but I also am like, hey man, your game looks like it's way behind. Like, my theory that I've put out there is that what they should have done is they really, really should have watched the market. Because I think what people did is they saw the boom in 2020 and 2021. Okay? They saw that happen, and they thought we're going to make a bunch of money in live service. Because I think this studio literally formed in 2021. I think the same thing happened with Concord. I think that's the reason that Firewalk was able to get so much funding. Firewalk got like $200 million in funding before they were even acquired by PlayStation. Then they went and got like $200 million more in funding. I don't know how they got the second round, but I think they got that first round of funding by saying, you know, we're going to make tons of money, guys. We're going to make tons of money. We're going to go and do this thing. Like, look at what Fortnite's doing. I think the same thing happened with... I think the same exact thing happened with Naughty Dog. I think Naughty Dog thought, we can do that. Let's slice off factions and make our own game. Let's do it. This would be awesome. You know, we'll be able to make a ton of money with a game mode. Because a game mode, if you think about it, is essentially what Factions was going to be. That's essentially what Fortnite is. That's essentially what many of these games are. I mean, they were going to try and do that with The Division. The Division Heartland was quite literally going to be a survival, like the Division survival mode thing. Like that's what it was going to be. And they canned it because I think they saw, like, you can't launch a game mode. So I think a lot of these studios fell prey to that. I think they saw Fortnite. I think they saw live service numbers. I think COVID made everybody think, oh my gosh, there's so many people playing these types of games. We can make so much money. And I think it gave people false confidence. Oh, the Neo 3 demo is tomorrow. Planned release at 0 a.m. UTC. What time is that in American? What time is that in American? UTC in Eastern. Did it 7 p.m. So that's like 7 in the evening tomorrow for me. So stupid Europe and their UTC. Yeah. I'm sorry. I speak American. In before someone says American is not a language. Like, hopefully you guys are catching the joke. It's a joke. I know. Anyways. Yeah, so I may have time, looking at the release schedule, I may have time to play Alan Wake 1. I may have time before, like, Romeo is a Dead Man and some of these other games come out. Yeah. Okay. Neo 3, Romeo's a Dead Man, Reanimal, Yakuza Kiwami 3, Resident Evil Requiem. Resident Evil Requiem is a bit of a ways away, though. I've got time there. We're going to start building a cybersecurity game focused on an analyst, but make it so the game can be accredited and used as college credit course. Imagine playing a game for a college course, probably going to use Unreal to build it. Well, there you go. What about 2? Lona, did you play that yet? So I played the opening of Alan Wake 2 with you guys, and I really liked it. Something happened, and I went back to the game like a month later. I had no idea what I was doing. I was in a cabin, and I couldn't remember what I was supposed to do next, and I kept going outside and getting attacked by wolves, and I was like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I'm completely untethered, and I was like, I need to come back to this game later. I know it's excellent. This was at a time where I could only play for like 45 minutes a night, maybe. Now I can sometimes take like the afternoon to put like a good chunk of time, like an hour or two in a game, which I think is really important. Again, we were speaking earlier about like protecting and shielding a game from criticism and how that's not helpful to the game. And how I said I've even taken some of the criticism to heart from people who like hate me. Well, one of the criticisms I got is I wasn't playing a lot of games. And I thought that was, that was fair, because for 5 years, all I really did was play Destiny. And I would dabble in a game, and then I would go back to Destiny. And then in the years where we were kind of trying to build this channel and build variety gaming coverage, I was just so busy, I just didn't have time to play lots of games. So I think it was fair for people to be like, man, you're talking about games, and you don't really play that many. So last year, I really committed. I was like, I'm going to play more games. I'm going to roll credits on more games. I'm going to move some things around in the schedule. And I ended up finishing like 24 or 25 games last year. And already this year, I've finished 5 games. And I think that's just something that I, have thought, I think that's fair. That way, when stuff's going on, I can have commentary and I can say things and be like, yep, I played such and such game and I liked it. Or reference a game and say such and such game is similar to this game. And what have you. So I think that, in the realm of games like Alan Wake 2, I kind of knew, right? I kind of knew, like, I can go back to this and really, really enjoy it. I can go back to this. I can enjoy this. Lona, you got me back into Control. Glad to hear you can have fun more now. Yeah, the schedule just allows for it, and I appreciate that. I've been able to kind of structure some things and play more games, because I think it's helped. I think it's helped me, see into different genres and different games that I ordinarily wouldn't play. And I think too, it's helping me kind of go back and appreciate games like High on Life 1, or like last year, Plague Tale Requiem, and games like that I think are well worth playing. So. Let's see. 7 p.m. day before. I need to play High on Life. Yeah, so I'll check out the Neo 3 demo tomorrow, like on my couch, because I won't be streaming. That's pretty late in the day, 7 p.m. So I'll check that out tomorrow and let you guys know. I'm a little slow. I'm like old man slow. Like, I can't really play super fast games anymore. So that may end up being one that I don't do much with it. It may spit me up. It may chew me up and spit me out. You know what I mean? Kids aging out of the toddler phase helps. Yeah, we definitely have a more predictable schedule as a family now. Like the kids are going to bed at a particular time, and I've got the opportunity there where I can kind of come down and get some things done. I've also just we've structured the workday a little bit different. There was a time where it felt like I was just always in the office and always working and recording and making sure things were ready for the next day. So I think that played a role as well. So let's watch Resi now. Yeah, maybe. I don't like doing that though. I don't know if we're gonna have anything to do tomorrow. We have an idea. We may end up doing like a whole day about Elder Scrolls. There's a lot of videos floating around now about Elder Scrolls. We may do a whole day about that, where I just like pull up a bunch of articles and videos and we just like, what is going on with Elder Scrolls, kind of a show. So we may do that. So I'm getting a lot of key offers that I need to decline over here on Keymailer. We've been getting more and more key offers for games. We're starting to hope to get review access to games. I know there's a lot of games coming out this year, and with my schedule, I can actually start to put some good time into a new game to either give you guys early access, like impressions, like it could be like, hey, here's some first impressions, or a full-on review, whichever we feel like is available within the schedule, because there's a lot of games coming out this year. So Returnal sometimes get to some speeds. You need to turn young again. I don't know if I would say that Returnal ever really gets to that level. Yo, what's good, Ginger? Hey, Junebug, thanks so much for using your Prime. Been a bit of a slower day. Member count falling behind a teensy bit, but that's all right. We typically bounce back in the later parts of the week. If you guys want to see my wife play High Guard, you're going to need to get that to 750 this week. That's a stretch goal. It'll be hilarious if we do it. And Ginger's going to help right now with a 5-bomb from Ginger. He gets us to 215. We are exactly 10 members away from the next milestone. You guys know that every 25 I gift one back. So make sure that you're checking your primes. Make sure you're checking your renewals. And if you are going to gift, when you do that, you can add to the total. You can help somebody else get into our members-only Discord and help with that weekly goal. And thank you, Junebug, for doing your Prime as well. And Anthony says to hit the like button. He says we're 30 away from 250. That's right. Keep hitting the like button. Thanks, boys, for being here today and supporting the channel. Gaming news is slowing down a teeny bit, but we got more things coming. We got a rumored Nintendo Direct next week. The week following is there's a rumor that we're going to be getting a PlayStation game. PlayStation State of Play the following week. And news will seemingly start to pick up as those things roll out. We need Ginger more on the mic. Was great some weeks ago. Well, we're discussing something right now where that's definitely a potential. I should be showing up on his show fairly regularly, if not every week, on Fridays. We're also talking to some other people right now about the potential of coming here, me going there, and I am behind the scenes burying the hatchet with some folks. So we're I'm continuing to hope that we can have one of the themes of this year be, hey, let's start shaking hands and making content. Like let's all work together. I don't know if anybody's watched the history of YouTube, but collaborations and working together is kind of the recipe for success, not fighting and name calling. Like, we're all in this together, homies. This is not a platform where you compete with each other. It's one where you work together and then everybody benefits. Happy to show up more here as well. Just trying to balance out work, being on crunch right now. Hopefully Feb is more light. Yeah, you just let me know, Ginger. You just let me know. Unacceptable. One of my goals this year is to fan the flames in other people's drama. Really, behind the scenes, folks like who? I mean, I don't think he would mind me saying it, because I was obviously irritated because I feel like I've always been very cordial. But y'all should know Colt Eastwood reached out and apologized. He said that, he shouldn't have said what he said and made it personal. And I appreciate that because I said, listen, don't make it about me. If you want to disagree with something that I say, then disagree with what I say. And I would love to make content with people that don't agree with me. I think that is quite literally some of the best content you can make. I said that for a while now. And so, I think people need to see that. They need to see that light. It's like there's a runway right there. You just got to turn the lights on. There's great content to be made. There is. There's great content to be made between people who do not agree. I think that is invigorating. It's exciting. The fans love it. The public loves it. And I think creators, if they could catch that vision, I think that we could make some good stuff. I've said that for a while, that I'm not saying I responded perfectly to everything. I'm a human being. We all make mistakes. But Know. I've always said, man, if everybody would just put the dadgum pitchforks down, we could make some great content. I'm 100% excited to collab more with you this year, says Ginger. Going to be fun. Oh, yeah. Come on, man. When gaming is this good, why are we fighting? That's the thing. I don't get it. Gaming was amazing last year. It's going to be amazing this year. Why are we fighting? There's no reason. We're about to go into one of the best times. We're going to continue to be in one of the best times to be a gamer. There's no reason to fight. You know what I mean? Things didn't go that well for certain predictions. Things didn't go that well for, folks that were wanting to see certain things play out for Xbox, okay? Let's talk about that. You know what I mean? Like, let's have a fun debate, discussion, whatever. I think people would enjoy it. I think the content creators would enjoy it. I think the audience would enjoy it. Let's have a year of content that matches the games coming out. Great year for games. Let's have a great year of content. You know what I mean? The best shows are where nobody gets together and just says, yep. Or nobody disagrees and just says, yeah, that's right. We're eating good. Let's feast, not fight. That's the word. That's the word I have going forward is, listen, y'all. I'm not a fighter. I know I sound like a fighter. I like to fight. I like to debate. But I'm not a fighter. I'm like a puppy. As soon as you say sorry, I'm back. I'm your friend again. Like, you know what I mean? I'm very easily back in and like, let's just be friends. Let's just have fun. Why is everybody being mean? I'm very much a beagle. You know what I mean? I will bite back, but I'll also be your pal again if we can just put hatchets in the ground and water under bridges. I'm not a monster. That's right, Trill. I'm not a monster. What did Big Pack say, Kevin, that you're responding to? I hope to see you bury the hatchet and fix things with seeds. I like both of you, and I think that was a bad time. Everything happened last year. Did you say beagle? Yeah, beagles are like known for that. They're like known for that. It's actually kind of sad that they can be very, very much mistreated, and then they just forget it. They'll just be your buddy again. Like, it's sad because of the way people treat their animals. But you gonna be on the round table this week? Which round table? Ginger's? Yes, I'll be on Ginger's this week. Listen, Seeds publicly apologized for making it personal. I still don't know what happened back then. I still thought the whole thing was weird. I was like, huh? What? I thought what I did was fair. I read a tweet. That's all I did. I don't know. It just hit my feed as scheduled. Yeah, Ginger schedules streams pretty far in advance. Yeah. Yeah, Seeds asked Jeff Keighley if he had any investment in Highguard, and he said no. I think people theorizing about that was fine. I think Seeds asking the question was fine. It's like, listen, Jeff, I think it's good for you to say no to this because people need to know that. People need to know that. They need to know that this is just literally, and again, I think that speaks to his character. I've said very many times, him recommending the game, I think speaks well of his character. It's like he just believed in the game, thought it was awesome, and he liked the devs. He just did something that he thought was hey, I'm being nice. I like these guys. I think it speaks well of his character. I think he misfired and overestimated the game's potential. But hey, that's a mistake. That's not a mark against the man's character. Does that make sense? It's a different category for me. That's not a mark against the man's character. He was excited about a game. There's nothing wrong with that. That doesn't mean he's bad or dishonest or anything. He was excited. I don't think there's anything to fault the man for on that, other than maybe being like, you might want to pay a little bit more attention to the live service gauntlet and public reception to live service games. I think you would have thought a little bit differently about this. You probably would not have thrown this game out there on the stage the way that you did. If I can fault him for anything, it's maybe that. Giving him $1 million a nice gesture. It's almost like it's like, what do they call that? The death squeeze of the internet. When everybody shuts the server down because everybody wants to get in, he kind of gave them the death squeeze, but it ended up being more like an anaconda. It was like, that was not helpful to them, I don't think. How old is Jeff? I actually don't know. Eugene says bury the hatchet doesn't equal become friends again. I think, Eugene, I think some people I'd have to have a little bit more time because, given everything that's happened to me, I'm a little less likely to be just trusting. I can be a little skittish about it. Like, I don't know if, I think people, in this environment can have bad intentions, so I would probably make somebody wait a little bit longer before I'm like, hey, we're pals again. But being on a podcast doesn't mean that we're coming to each other's weddings and family events. We're not best buds if we're on a podcast. You know what I'm saying? We can coexist in the space and put the pitchforks down, put the pork fitches down. I don't know. It feels like you don't owe him crap. He can stay in his bubble. I don't know. It just rubs me the wrong way, especially since he knows what happened to you. I'm not sure who you're talking about, Wheeze. I'm not sure who you're talking about. Yeah, you got to bread that butter. Seeds. Responding in emotion is something everybody does. If you're willing to own it and it doesn't happen again, fine. Again, I'm not ready to just be like, oh, it's forgiven. Let's do a podcast. But it's like, yeah, I can move on. I'm not going to hold a grudge. Yeah, that's fine. Cool. I didn't mean anything by what I did. I think it's also fair if you're going to come out and say you've got sources and make predictions. I think it's totally fair for me to be like, I don't think that this stuff is happening or accurate. That doesn't mean that you are not accurate. Doesn't mean that you are dishonest. It could be the information. I think it's fair to do that. I think it's totally fair to do that. You're putting stuff out into the public. You are. Look at what happened to me when I said, "Oh yeah, we had a source on Starfield," and it wasn't him, by the way. That was he came in after the fact. We had already heard and had already planned content about Starfield. He came in after the fact, didn't tell me, told Creature that he was hearing the same thing. Okay, fine, but he wasn't the source. Somebody else was the source. I mean, look what happened to me. I got a lot of hate for saying what I said about Starfield. If you're going to come out and say, man, I've got sources and this is happening, you expect scrutiny. Ask Tom Henderson about that. Ask Jeff Grubb about that. Ask anybody who goes out and says, I've got a source, I've got a thing, I'm telling you this and this and this is happening. You're going to get scrutiny. So if you don't want the scrutiny, then don't say it. You know what I'm saying? I've been told a ton of things by a source that I trust. I've made almost no content about it. I almost never reference it. Do you want to know why? That's not the kind of content that I make, and I don't feel like going through the scrutiny of like, yeah, he has a source, this guy's a liar. I don't feel like going through that gamut, so I don't really make that a centerpiece of the content. But I could have made at least 3 really good videos with the information that I get. And number 1, out of respect for the source, I don't do it. Number 2, that's not really my brand. And number 3, I don't feel like dealing with the scrutiny of who is this guy? Who's he think he is? Like, if you're going to put that stuff out there, expect scrutiny. If you don't want the scrutiny, then don't put your predictions out there and don't claim you have sources. Like, it's as simple as that. I think it's totally fair to scrutinize claims of people who say they have sources. There's nothing out of bounds in doing that. Not at all. You're putting it into the public. That makes it fair game. People do it to me. People do it to my videos and my predictions. Why? I'm saying it in the public. That's the game. That's the game. You know? Wheezy says, I never believed any of his leaks because of how ludicrous some of them were. Yeah, and that's fine. Like, you're allowed to say, I don't believe that, or I don't think that that's accurate. That's a complete fair response to somebody saying that they have information. I can be like, yeah, I don't believe it. I don't know where it came from, but that's not important. That honestly doesn't even matter. I don't know who said it. I don't know who your source is, but I don't think that's happening. You know, there've been plenty of things that we've heard, and I'm like, yeah, I don't think so. Like, I don't know, Returnal coming to Xbox, and Xbox is paying for the porting. Remember that doozy? At the time, I was like, yeah, I don't think so, boys. I don't think so. If you're going to bring a PlayStation exclusive to Xbox, I don't know if that's the one you would do, and I don't know how in the world you'd convince Xbox to pay for the porting of Returnal. It didn't even do that well on PC. So yeah. That was one that when I read it and heard it, I was like, I don't think so, y'all. And listen, one of the people that said that was happening, I think was Mag, middle-aged gamer guy. And I love Mag. I love him. He stopped by here. We've DM'd. Super nice guy. And I was like, I don't think so. I don't know where the information is coming from, but I think this information is super inaccurate. They're either trying to flush out a leaker with the most random leak ever. They're trying to catch somebody, or somebody's just having a gag with you. Somebody's being goofy. I don't know. But Returnal coming to Xbox is one of the weirdest things I've ever heard. What would be a good choice for PlayStation to Xbox? Of all of the exclusives, if you were going to bring one over, I don't know, because the big ones would be so brand damaging. It would be so brand damaging to take like God of War or Horizon or Tsushima or The Last of Us. I think that'd be very brand damaging. That platform as a hardware platform is dead. It's as dead gets. Like, yeah, Helldivers made the most sense. Live service, shooter adjacent, Halo adjacent. That was a match made in heaven. Made perfectly good sense. Just get more people in the funnel. If you guys remember what I said. I said if you put Helldivers on Xbox, I'd be worried about version control. I would. I'd be worried about version control. I'd be worried about the quality of the game. Since they put the game on Xbox, maybe peruse Reddit in the community and just kind of see what they're saying. See if my concern and prediction was, warranted or accurate. I don't know. In the wake of suddenly having 2 more versions of Helldivers out there, all of a sudden, Helldivers 2 is got a lot of complaints about bugs and glitches and quality control. Almost like when you suddenly have the game on tons more platforms, your version control and quality control get stretched and strained, and you're going to have more problems, which is literally what I said would happen if they did that, and that was my only concern. My concern was never like, oh, my precious Helldivers, I don't want it to go to Xbox. I was like, I'm fully in support of it going to Xbox. It's a live service game. Put more people in the funnel. My only concern with taking it to Xbox is version control and quality control, because now you have more versions of the game that the studio has to debug. Every patch, every update, every new weapon, every new, enemy, every new planet, all has to make, you have to make sure it's going to run on all those different versions. AOZ says single player games will likely never go over. Yeah, I don't see the reason in taking a tentpole title, as they're referred to. I don't see any business impetus to take a tentpole title to a platform that has basically said, we're not doing this anymore. We just don't care. Like, why would you do that? Look at the hardware sales trajectory of that platform. It is horrendous. It is terrible. They have zero consumer inertia, no velocity, no trajectory worthy speaking about. Why would you take one of your tent poles to that platform? It would make zero sense. The money that you would make is peanuts compared to what you would do to your brand. There's potency for something like Horizon and Spider-Man and God of War. And you can be like, well, but they're on PC. In the landscape of the living room gamer, of the console gamer, those brands have potency. And when your platform is boasting, like, what's PlayStation boasting? Like a 30-something% new user acquisition number for PlayStation 5, meaning roughly 1 in 3 people who bought a PlayStation 5 were not on PlayStation prior to now. That's why they hit new monthly active user numbers. While tons of people are staying on the PS4, they're getting new people to buy a PS5. If that's what you're getting, you have consumer inertia on your side. The last thing you're going to do is be like, hey, those of you that are still staying loyal to Xbox and still have Xbox hardware, here's one of our tentpole titles. It makes zero sense. I can't see them doing it. I can't see them doing it. Now, what I'm saying has nothing to do with, oh, my precious exclusives, because I'm on record as celebrating when Returnal went to PC. I celebrated when Tsushima went to PC. I got mad when Returnal didn't do well on PC. I got mad when Spider-Man 2 was ported too early because it was low quality. I got mad when The Last of Us Part 1 got ported and was low quality, because to me, the quality of the game is what matters. The product that the consumer receives matters more than anything. So I was never upset about games going to another platform, because you have to remember, I'm a late adopter. I'm like a late arrival to PlayStation. So I have no tribalistic like protection instinct of like the exclusives. I'm like, oh, my exclusives. I remember getting mad at PlayStation fans who were like celebrating The Last of Us Part 1 being a bad port on PC. So I don't have that instinct in me, even though people will claim that. It's simply untrue. I've always said, without a business impetus to do it, I can't see PlayStation doing that. If you listen to the way they talk on their earnings calls, their shareholder calls, the way they talk about their property, the way they treat their tentpole property, I don't see them taking those games over to an Xbox. Now, if you buy a Windows PC hybrid Magnus in 2 years and you're booting up PC ports, that's not even remotely what we're talking about right now. We are not talking about a PC for your living room like the Steam machine, or a Magnus if it's a PC hybrid. We are talking about porting games to the Xbox console, which, as far as we can tell, that era of time is coming to an end. In 5 years, we're going to be like, there really isn't an Xbox console anymore. They sell Windows devices that have the Xbox interface and have backwards compatibility, but you're not going to walk into the store and buy a traditional Xbox console. You're going to buy a Windows machine. And there's nothing wrong with that, but that's not the same as what we've been discussing all these years. About like, well, PlayStation's going to put Returnal on Xbox. I'm like, no, they're not. Why would they do that? It doesn't make any sense. I also just don't know about Returnal and the Series S. I mean, we haven't covered this, but I don't know if you guys have noticed. We now have games canceling their Xbox version, not delaying, canceling. Paul said it in the Discord yesterday. He says, I think a lot of these companies are getting to the stage where they have to optimize for the Series S, and they're like, yeah, we're out. We don't want to do this. We're done. Kill it. It's not worth it. I think he's right. I think Paul's right. I think the shadow... I know people like the meme, and they like to shrug it off and be like, oh, this is the Series S's fault. Man, oh man, the shadow of that console looms so large. Who canceled their version? What's the game? It's the Joan of Arc game. What's that game called? No, It's like a Joan of Arc looking game. 40, 48. Let me just search canceled Xbox version. 2 indie games have canceled their Xbox versions. 1348 X Voto and Nickelodeon Splat Pack have canceled their Xbox versions to prioritize development for PlayStation 5 and PC. This shift highlights potential challenges for Xbox in attracting indie developers, possibly reflecting platform sales and strategic focus within the gaming industry. Now, you guys remember. I warned that this would happen. I said that the way Xbox handled this gen, the way that Phil Spencer and Microsoft spokespersons, and the way that like content creators kept blaming the developers, I said that's a really quick way for people to stop making games for your platform. Because Matt Booty says you have to work smarter. He acknowledges you have to do more work to get games to run on the Series S. We see games come late. We see Phil Spencer passively blame Larian for Baldur's Gate 3 coming to the Xbox late. They continue to insist there's no hardware problems. They did the same thing with Black Myth Wukong. They basically allow the internet to run amok with the rumor that there's a secret exclusivity deal. And what did I say? I said the gaming world is watching. And if you're an indie studio or you're a big AAA studio and you see a platform willing to play this weird shell game of blame where like they make it seem like it's not their fault, like it's the developers, like the developers have to do extra work, and when your game comes to their platform late, they're going to blame you, or they're going to allow secret exclusivity deal headlines to run amok, or they're going to just passively blame you in an interview like the way Phil Spencer did with Larian. The gaming world is watching, and they're going to be like, why would we make a game for a platform that's going to do that? There were articles that talked about this. There were small studios, AA studios, saying it's so hard to get a response from Xbox. They're so slow to respond. We're trying to bring a game to your platform and you're super slow to respond. And then if you show up late to their platform, they have no qualms throwing you under the bus and making it seem like it's your fault. That's a quick recipe for studios to be like, yeah, we're not making it. We're just canceling. We're not even going to go over there. I kept saying, because there were podcasters, there were people on Twitter, there were people in my chat saying, hashtag blame the devs. It's the devs' fault. Anytime we tried to invoke the Series S, it was, it's the devs' fault. And I said, go ahead. You keep blaming the devs, and you're going to make your platform radioactive, because nobody's going to want to make a game for your platform, because if they encounter any trouble, any struggles, if they have to delay the game or come to your platform late, you're going to blame them. We can never blame Microsoft or Xbox. Certainly can't be their fault. And look what's happening. I think you're going to see more and more studios do this. They're like, why would we bother? Remember when Chris Dring came back from the GDC and he said that studios were questioning making games for Xbox? He got attacked and made fun of. One creator literally made fun of he has like an eye, I think, that can get a little lazy or crooked. Literally made fun of his eye. Like low-life behavior. That's scummy behavior. Why? Because homie came back from the GDC and said, this is what I'm hearing. What are we doing? What are we doing? Well, you got your wish. Keep blaming the devs. Eugene says, we said games would start skipping Xbox years ago, and it's been happening for a while now. You can't boil Xbox problems down to one. Well, no, you can't. But when it comes to optimization, my freaking chat crashed. I'm using Chrome to look at chat and it crashed. When it comes to optimization, the concerns about the Series S were so well stated. And if you bring it up now, all people will do is sidestep the issue and be like, oh, here we go again. We got to hear about the Series S. Everything is the Series S's fault. And it's like, listen, man, I've not talked about the Series S for months. But when I see another game, they're not delaying the release of their game. They are canceling the Xbox version. That's significant. You've been saying this literally for years now, and Xbox still gets every major third-party release, so just let it go. So when they got Baldur's Gate 3 late, that doesn't line up with my prediction. When they got Black Myth Wukong late, that doesn't line up with my prediction. They're now having... There were multiple indie games that had to move their release date on Xbox back, and now you have studios saying, yeah, we're canceling our version. It seems like, to me... You're sort of ignoring the bigger picture. It doesn't seem like you're looking at the entire picture. Like, are they getting Phantom Blade Zero? That's a publishing deal. That's different. PlayStation is basically publishing that on PC and PlayStation. It's not a China Hero project, but it's very China Hero adjacent. That's kind of what it is. They got it, correct? All right. Okay. Listen, if you think that wins the argument, you take the W, bro. You go right ahead. You win. You win. Yeah. Sure. You got Baldur's Gate 3. Mm-hmm. Not feature complete on Series S. And you got Black Myth Wukong late. Sure. There you go. If that to you is a W, then take the W, I guess. And you can shrug off games simply because they're not very big, which to me is interesting. It's like, well, these games don't count because they're not major AAA. That's interesting. Isn't one of the reasons people consistently praise and talk about how great PC gaming and Steam isn't it because there's tons of amazing AA and indie titles? So why would you act like those games don't count when in one hand people consistently act like that's an amazing, awesome value point of PC gaming and Steam is all those AA indie titles you can't get anywhere else. Well, now they don't count. Well, yeah, who cares if like AA games or indie games skip Xbox? They don't count. Wait a minute. If you're going to count them in one instance, you got to count them in all instances. If they're good, if they're exciting, if they're good games to check out. I mean, just last year, I mean, I don't know. This is like a month ago, we were talking about how indie games and AA games were absolutely putting AAA games on notice. Like, hey, we're taking over the Game Awards, baby. We're getting a lot of nominations. We're getting a lot of heat. Now all of a sudden AA and indie titles don't matter? What in the world? What do you mean? Why would they not matter? Why would they not count? Yeah, you get tons of really cool indies and AA games on Game Pass. Like, I don't know, two of the most talked about games last year, Expedition 33 and Silksong. But indies and AAs don't count? Two of the biggest and most talked about games last year hit Game Pass. Huge win for Game Pass subscribers. Silksong and Expedition 33. But now you're going to say they don't count? Indies and AA games don't count? It doesn't feel like a consistent position to me. It feels like a convenient hand wave. As we've gotten so many hand waves over the years, anytime we try to bring up the Series S, anytime we try to bring up what it means for the platform and what's going to happen, it's always a hand wave. We eventually got it. Huh? What do you mean? That's not a big deal? You're just getting games late? You missing features? Because thousands of them never make it to any console. While we care if a random one that makes it to PlayStation doesn't come to Xbox. This is the logic I apply, pro user. I accept the premise that one of the value points of Steam is that it gets a bunch of AAs and indies that I can't get. Now, why do I accept that as a premise? Because that's a more complete library. There's way more games to play over there, right? If we accept that premise applies to PlayStation when you compare PlayStation to Xbox at this point. That premise applies, does it not? That means PlayStation is getting more games. They're getting AAs and indies that are skipping your platform. PlayStation's also getting exclusives that you either have to wait for on PC or I guess just never buy. Like right now, Yote and Death Stranding 2, and then Soros, and then Phantom Blade Zero, and then Wolverine. Can't get those on Xbox. PlayStation also gets the Xbox titles. So PlayStation's getting PlayStation exclusives, any China Hero publishing effort, any other publishing deal, second-party exclusives, first-party, third-party exclusives. It's also getting Xbox games. And now it's getting like de facto console exclusives because you're going to have AA's and indies that are like, we're just going to skip Xbox altogether. It isn't worth it. We're going to ship on PC and PlayStation. Do you see? Like, if you're going to accept the premise that like more games, larger library, this is a good thing for PC, then that counts for PlayStation when you're comparing it to the Xbox console. All this is one more like push down the hill for Xbox as a console platform to just slide in. Like, why would you stay loyal in there? Now, you could say my backwards compatibility is still an amazing value. That's correct. Game Pass is still a great value. Debatable, and that's per user. $30 a month is a bit steep for Ultimate, I think, but you may be different than me. That's fair. You could say those are reasons I'm staying. But you've got to see this for what it is. The second half of this gen, I don't think this is going to be like an isolated instance. I think this is going to continue. What typically happens in the second half of a generation? What typically happens? I made a lot of PlayStation guys angry early this gen when I said some things, and it was with reference to graphical fidelity, right? So when we saw Horizon Forbidden West, I was often misquoted, even by my own community members. It was often misunderstood. And I said this. I said, I think we're already very close to the graphical ceiling of fidelity this gen. I don't think you're going to buy a game at the end of PlayStation 5's gen and say, this game blows Horizon Forbidden West out of the water. I didn't say we were at the ceiling. I said we're close to it. What that means is a game late gen is going to look better than Horizon Forbidden West, but not by nearly as much as in the past. The gap's not going to be as big. The leap won't be as big. There will still be a leap, especially on the Pro with PSSR 2 and ray tracing and stuff. There's going to be a leap. It's just not going to be as big as it was in the past. What that means is when you get to the second half of the gen, studios start to get better with the dev kits, better with the tech, and better with, hey, we want to increase how these games look. So if studios are doing that right now, as they're getting their games ready, they're entering like second year, third year, final year of development, what do you think the Series S is doing to their plans? Track with what I'm saying. We're going into the second half of the gen. When you get into the second half of the gen, studios start to buckle down and get more out of the consoles. They start to do more with the graphics. They learn the tricks and the ways to get a little bit more. They get better. If that's what they focus on in the second half of the gen, Series S is sitting there saying, "Yeah, sorry, I'm going to be a bit of a problem for that." I can't see it any other way. That's just how I see it. If you don't see it that way, that's fine. I see that as being a significant problem in the second half of the gen. And you're like, well, wait until Magnus. I mean, fine. Magnus could certainly be a very, very nice device. It also doesn't sound like it's going to be very cheap. It sounds like you're basically buying a PC at that point, which again is fine. That can be a great value for your living room. I absolutely see your point, and I agree to a certain degree. It's just most of the AA games that ship Xbox are throwaway games no one cares about. Okay, that's subjective to the user. We're talking about a premise. Look at Steam, brother. You and I both know, anybody that peruses Steam knows that there's like 20 games that launch every day. One of them is probably really worth checking out. The rest are probably going to be either like the X-rated games that's a whole thing, but and a lot of them are just bad, okay? So, but that doesn't take away from the premise that Steam gives you just an ocean of choice. That is a value point. The potency of the value point is subjective to the user. I'm not arguing the potency of it. I'm saying it's a value point that we commonly talk about. We're like, that's a lot of games, man. That's a great reason to have a PC. That's a great reason to be on Steam. Right? It doesn't matter if the games sell a lot or are any good or get good reviews. It's considered a value point. So if games in that hemisphere, AA, and indies, if they start skipping Xbox, that's not a good sign. Especially when we just recently said, especially in light of 2025, we said we're kind of entering a renaissance of AA games. We're entering kind of like a renaissance of indie games. There could be some bangers coming down the road, my man. And if they skip Xbox, that's gonna sting. That what's the game called that I just talked about? What's it called? If 1348 Ex Voto ends up being a banger and people really like it and it's unique and cool, I mean, obviously people are calling it woke because, if the lead character doesn't look like Duke Nukem or a half-naked woman, it's woke. This could end up being a really great game. Like, these little studios, man, they can make solid games. Like, you want to fixate on what the main character looks like. That doesn't matter to me. Go back and watch the trailers for Hellblade 1. There's nothing sexy or, like, hot about Senua. And Hellblade 1 is, like, I think one of the best games ever made. Nowadays, if Hellblade 1 was announced, it'd be called woke. This could be a dope little game, bro. These homies canceled their game coming to Xbox. This game could also be bad. I mean, there's no way to know. It's still very early. I don't even know. This looks like it's got some of the Unreal jank in it, from what I can tell. I predict within the next 5 to 10 years, Xbox completely leaves the hardware space and goes full Sega. I'm not seeing it. Yeah, I'm not saying that this game's going to be amazing. What I'm saying is, no one could have known that Sandfall was going to make the banger that they made. I think everybody knew Silksong was going to be good, given Team Cherry and the first game. But those were two huge games last year that were a huge value point for Game Pass. So you can't poo-poo indies and AA's and act like they don't matter when we spent an awful lot of time last year celebrating them. We spent an awful lot of time last year celebrating these games and saying how great they were. Just out of curiosity, where does the Switch 2 fit into this since its power is on a similar level to the Series S? That's a great question. From what I can tell, it does seem like studios are really, they're prioritizing the Switch 2, but it seems like they're going to be a lot of ports. It doesn't seem like you're going to get a lot of day and date with certain titles. They're doing a lot of porting. You have a good eye for when a game is going to be bad, Lono. You know that looks like a throwaway. I don't think it looks like a throwaway. No, it could be a solid little game. Do we even know what the price is? 1348 Ex Voto PlayStation Store. What's the price? I can wish list it. If that's like a $40 or $50 game, it could be a very solid game for that price point. Oh wait, here we go. Price reveal. It's a $25 game, dude. I like for what we saw. For what we saw, $25, that could be a solid little game. That could be a fun little game. You know, I don't know, 10 to 20 hour game maybe, somewhere in that ballpark. It doesn't look like it's going to be huge. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with having games in that pricing threshold and at that quality of like, nope, solid little game, solid little combat, you know, decent story, whatever. You know, I think we've talked about this before where I think we need to be okay with games that are good. Not amazing, not earth-shattering, not excellent, just good. I think we need to be okay with good games again. 8 out of 10 games. That's okay. Now, given this year's quality, given this year's cadence, good games might be forgotten. I will readily concede that. I will readily concede that a good game could be easily forgotten. The conversation between this game and Knight's Path is stupid. It's like everybody wants to leverage a game for their side. And I'm like, can we just stop? I paid that for Shinobi and less for Silksong. I don't see anything there worth the same scratch. To each their own. I think it looks fine. I'm not going to sit here and argue it's earth-shattering. I'm not saying that this will likely be what people say I'm saying, which I'm not saying. If you're typing a comment now on the past broadcast, go ahead and edit it and delete it. I am not saying that Xbox is missing out on some banger, some game of the year winner. What I'm saying is we spent all of last year talking about how indies and AAs are on the rise. You can't just dismiss an indie game or a AA because it's indie or AA. Oh, yeah, it's skipping our platform. Yeah, but those games don't really matter. I'm saying they can come out of nowhere. You don't know until the game is out. You don't know until the game is out. So don't write this game off. Don't write any game off because these single-player games could absolutely come out and be like, hey, that's actually a pretty solid little game for $25. I didn't see anything in the trailer that made me think, yeah, that's a garbage game. Everyone's going to hate it. It looks like, yeah, that game could probably land in the high 70s, maybe low 80s. It's a $25 game. It's not meant to be this seismic release. Agreed, Lono. 7 to 8 out of 10 games are good games. Maybe not everyone should go out and play it. Good, but good games are good. I just wishlisted 1348. Looks amazing. Yeah, I think it looks fine. Why does the price matter? The consumer perception is all that matters, and the perception that's been building for years now is that Xbox isn't getting all the games and PlayStation has them. So you're saying that if Xbox showed that at their developer direct, you would have said, give it a chance? Fable looks miles better than that, and you already gave your concerns about the gameplay. I think what you're saying is fair pushback, but boy, oh boy, is this an easy one for me to just absolutely tear down, brother. One is a $25 game from a small studio. The other is a highly revered AAA studio that's been working on their game for 8 years, and the game has been announced and showcased and trailered up for 6 years. Brother, you know these things are not equivalent to each other. I am a lot more like, hey, that could be pretty good. It's a $25 indie title. Like, I'm not saying give it a chance. I'm not saying that either. This is similar to the Highguard argument. Oh, every game deserves a chance. No. I want to see more from that game. I'd like them to release some more gameplay of that Ex-Voto game or whatever, the 1348 game. I would actually like to see more. I'd like to see some uncut gameplay. It's $25, so I'm not expecting it to be earth-shattering. I'm not expecting it to be at the quality of like a God of War or something, or a Yote. Smaller studio, smaller price point. My expectations are going to adjust to that. You can be lenient on indies. No, I'm not necessarily lenient. I won't continue playing a game if it doesn't run well or if it's broken or, I'm trying to think of a game that I've played that I just didn't think ran very well. What was the one game? Imperial? I played a game called Imperial. Didn't like it. I didn't like Hell Is Us combat. Put it down. I felt like it was clunky and didn't run all that well. So I'm not saying we're lenient. I'm just saying I lower my expectations for like a $25 indie. There's a difference between lowering your expectations and being like, I don't expect this game to be Ghost of Yote or like the size and substance of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 if it's some small studio selling their game for $25. That's not the same as the expectations I have for Playground and Fable. Like, you can't tell me that you watch a trailer like that and then you watch the Fable trailer and you're like, yeah, these are equal. These studios and these products are equal. What? No. Why isn't the $3 indie as deep as Baldur's Gate? Eugene says, why does the price matter? The consumer perception is all that matters. Oh, I already read that, Eugene. You must not have heard me read it. We have no idea how much depth Fable has. They have shown none of it. I think a lot of you are missing the bigger picture here. Yeah, the bigger picture to me is that a title that could be a solid little title, a good little romp for a weekend, $25, you play it for a weekend or a week, is skipping Xbox. Now, for a while, we've had people say, man, Xbox gets a lot of cool indies. They get a lot of cool AA games on Game Pass. That's been a celebrated value point of Game Pass. It's been a celebrated value point of Steam. So this is not consistent. You can't celebrate these games as a value point of Game Pass or Steam and then dismiss them when they skip your platform and act like they don't matter. It's been years now we've heard that AAs and indies are a great reason to be on Steam. They're a great value add to Game Pass. Well, you can't say that and then all of a sudden act like it's not a big deal if indies and AAs start skipping your platform. And then major titles came late, like Baldur's Gate 3 and Black Myth Wukong. I think these are completely legitimate gripes. Like I would expect Xbox loyal to be upset by this sort of thing, not hand wave it. This is what I've always found remarkable. The lack of complaint, the lack of criticism has just been alarming to me. It's like, what in the world? If PlayStation steps wrong, I hammer them. If Nintendo steps wrong, I hammer them. It doesn't matter to me who it is. When PlayStation pulled the nonsense with the PSN login, I hammered them. When they weren't going to give people the free upgrade on Horizon Forbidden West, I hammered them. Like, when they wouldn't mark it and wouldn't say anything and like, are you doing showcases anymore? I was critical of that. Like, what are y'all doing? When they had their one showcase, I called it weak. Nintendo being litigious and trademarking stuff and shipping games at bad quality and keeping Elden Ring out of the frame. Like, nobody's allowed to capture Elden Ring gameplay on Nintendo. I'm very critical of that. The lack of criticism and complaint. It's like, man, I don't know. I'd be pretty ticked if I was still hanging out over there in Super Loyal. I'd be pretty angry. Paris, is that really you? Let me get this straight, Lono. You can make things personal with me. When I reach out to you privately, you refuse to respond? When have you reached out privately? What are you talking about? I've not made anything personal with you. Somebody mentioned you earlier, and I said there's no reason to say names. I've not said anything about you. I don't know what you're talking about. Somebody invoked your name earlier, and I said there's no reason to bring up names and to bash people. I've not said a thing. I even said, I think earlier, I said, if somebody wants to be positive, that's fine. That's their outlook. I didn't say anything critical about you today at all. I'm not sure what you're referring to. I mean, chat have my back here. I've not said anything critical about you today. I don't know if I've ever been publicly critical of you, other than when everything happened, like, what, 8 months ago? Somebody tried to bring you up, and I shot it down in chat. That might not be the real Paris. I think it's him. Nobody needs to be nasty, y'all. It's rage bait. Could be a fake account. I don't think so. I can click on it. Go to channel. No, that's totally him. 27,000 subscribers. That's him 100%. No. Parasito. Yeah, I call Parasito Paris. Did somebody clip me saying something to Parasito? Because I call Parasito Paris. I don't know what in the world he's talking about. I have no idea. And if you've tried to reach out to me, I haven't seen it. Because I got a DM from Colt, and I didn't see it until this morning because DMs on Twitter are freaking broken. They're freaking broken. No drama today. I mean, if you want to jump on the mic and talk, you can hop into my Discord right now. I have no idea what you're talking about. This is wild. I mean, I've always said this stuff's a whole lot easier to figure out if people just get on the mic. Ginger says, I'd love for him to hop on the show. I'd love to hear the context. I don't even see anything. I don't even see anything on Twitter. I have no idea. Mike on the mic. Zero tone indicators with text. 60 character drive-by. That's what I don't understand. Like, he said that, I don't think he's even said anything since. I don't understand. This is more disruptive than a 50 bomb. This isn't the first time this happened. This isn't the first time it happened. I don't know if he's still in chat. The thing that him and his compadre got so angry about last year, I didn't even say the thing that they thought I said. It was a false framed clip, and they got and I was like, I never even said those things. Wired Rope with a 5 bomb. Thank you so much, getting us to 220. Mike on the mic says, who summoned me? He's here still. Matt, use the Discord command. Hop in the Discord. I have no idea what he's talking about. I have rather intentionally, since the last time we butted heads, I haven't even insinuated, hinted, or said anything about you. And someone brought you up today, and I said, there's no reason to bring up names and call people out. I said, there's no reason to do that. And then we moved on. I think I even defended, like, if you want to be positive and empathetic, I even defended you and been like, if he wants to do that, that's fine. That's something that, if you want to do that, that's your outlook, that you can do that. I have no problem with that. Wheezy says, I'm agreeing with Paul. I can't take it anymore. I missed a lot this morning. Seemed to jump into the fire pit. There's not even a fire pit. He said what he said, and then I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. And then he hasn't said anything since. I genuinely don't understand. I'm at a loss. You can hop in my Discord. My admins, my mods will give you a permission to hop on my stage and talk. Stone Spire says you did defend him. It should have been a DM. Well, I don't know if he can DM me. Because somebody sent me something that he said about me. And I was like, I wanted to fire back and defend myself. And I just thought, you know what? I'm not going to. And I just blocked. I was just like, yeah, I don't want to see this. I have no idea. I don't know. I unblocked him. If he wants to DM me, fine. Somebody sent me a reply, and he was saying something that I didn't think accurately represented what I was doing at all, saying that I was stirring up fake drama with Colt. I was responding to something Colt said. Colt has since apologized to me, and we've already dealt with that. I was not stirring up fake drama. I was literally responding. Like, this is what always kills me about these situations. And if he's here, I want him to hear this. I don't understand why you guys keep falling for this. People will say something about me. People will say and criticize me. And when I answer back, you frame it as I'm stirring up drama and using names for clicks. That's not what I was doing. I saw Colt say something about me. I didn't appreciate it because it was perpetuating something about me that's not true, that I quote unquote don't play games. So I publicly defended myself and I said, listen, I don't think that's the way you measure somebody's opinion. And I play a ton of games. This is a continued thing that people say about me that's not true, that I don't play games, that I'm a tourist. Okay. And so somebody sent me Paris responding to a tweet that was calling me out about it. And he said that, shame on him for stirring up fake drama with Colt and Alex, using it for clicks and money. And I'm like, okay, let me get this straight. You literally hang out and watch Alex's stream and you're getting on my head about quote unquote stirring up fake drama. Alex puts me in his content like every other week and says everything in the book about me and uses me for content to make fun of me and to ridicule me. And then I defend myself about something that somebody said publicly and you frame it as stirring up fake drama? So when I saw you say that, I was like, you know what? I'm just going to block this guy. I'm so tired of this constant insistence of misframing my behavior in a way that isn't representative of what I'm doing. You draw first blood? You want to go out in the public and say something about me and I'm going to defend myself? Colt said something unprovoked about me. I fired back and defended myself. Colt has since apologized for doing that. Because I said that day, I was like, I don't know why you guys always make it about me. Why can't you just interact with what I say? I think there's red flags in the Fable stuff. Interact with that. Interact with what I said. I'll have you on my show. I'll go on your show. Let's talk about it. Let's make content instead of doing this weird sideswipe stuff. Well, you know what I'm saying? So, like, me responding to something that somebody else said about me is not me stirring up fake drama. The fact that that's how you interpreted what I said, I think is completely dishonest. It's almost willful. It feels willful at this point. It's like, why are you being willfully dishonest about me? Why are you out here saying things like that? It isn't true. And then you want to invoke my member goals and how I run my business? The frick? I don't answer to you and how I run my business. I'll set a member goal to watch me break a Lego set if I frickin' want to. It's none of your business. The hubris to think I answer to you and how I run my business and to invoke this idea that I'm stirring up fake drama for members, that is so completely untrue. I don't understand. Welcome to 2026, the year where I start saying your name and calling you out if you want to lie about me. I'm sick of it. I wouldn't say anybody's names. I wouldn't react. I wouldn't respond. I have tried my damnedest to take the path of peace with you people, and yet you do this. You constantly false frame what I do. You constantly misrepresent what I say, and I'm freaking tired of it. Get on the show, get on the mic, be a man of integrity, and speak with truth in your mouth, and stop talking about me in ways that are completely misrepresentative of what I do. I'm sick and tired of it. And then you want to drive by in my chat and act like I made it personal? I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. Even this morning, I was cordial and told people to not call you out. I said the same thing about Colt the other day. I said, I'm not making it personal. I'm not. Thank you, Wired Rope, for another 5 over there on Purple. I owe Purple a member. Listen. Get on the mic and talk to me like a man or keep my frickin' name out of your mouth. I mean that, both barrels loaded, full chest. You either get on the show and speak to me like a man or quit frickin' talking about me. It's cowardly, especially when you do it in replies and especially when you perpetuate falsehood about me. I am tired of it. I have had enough. Either get on the mic and talk to me like a man or keep my name out of your frickin' mouth. You don't get to do that. That's hypocrisy. You want to run your mouth about me and run narrative on me. Get on the mic and talk to me then. You want to do it in the DMs? You want to do it on the low? No. Get on the mic. You want to get your little swipes in your replies? Put it on your main frickin' page. Do it. Put it on your main page. Tweet about me in the public so everybody can see, so that then I can call you out and point out where you're lying. Do it. If you're not willing to do that, then quit frickin' talking about me. I'm so fed up. I just want to sit here and run a show and have a good time. I just said it this morning. We're about to have one of the best years in gaming. Why don't we have content that represents that? Let's have fun. Let's have debates. Let's have arguments. Let's make content together. Quit with the weird sideswipe childish antics. It's so tiring. It's so tiring. I've done nothing to none of you. You all draw first blood, and when you get clapped back on, you want to bellyache and cry. Oh, yeah, this is toxic content. As you sit and watch an Alex stream and you want to talk to me about stirring up drama, that's hypocritical. That's hypocrisy down to the bone marrow. You're going to watch Alex parade around and make fun of people and insult people, but then you're going to try and call me out about stirring up fake drama? Get on the dadgum mic or quit talking about me. I am fed up. Clip this, put this in your stream, put it on your Twitter threads. I don't care. I have stood on business all year about this. I'm not going to sit here and insult people and make it personal and get in fights with people. But you guys want to get your little swipes in. You want to get your little insults in. And then whenever I clap back, you want to reframe it as he's using our names for money and members and clicks. The frick I do. I sit here and cover gaming news. If I could spend the rest of my career and never talk about a one of you, it would be a dream come true. But these people have some kind of derangement syndrome. Some of these guys are so obsessed, they pray there's a day I say their name on my stream. It makes their day. All I'm trying to do is make content and provide for my family. That's all I'm trying to do. Y'all don't let a man in peace. Try to take the path of peace with these people. What is this? Rope, what are you doing? I can't even keep track. Oh, are these singles? What did you do? No, hang on. Wired Rope did another 5-bomb. John did a VIP. Smooth Jazz, thank you for the 5-bomb. Madame of the Dragon was 6 months. Thank you so much. Listen. Let's cool it down a little bit. I said this all throughout the ABK coverage, and I said it all last year. We could make really entertaining content. We could. You could make amazing content, disagreeing, debating, and having discussions like men. But instead, because of my position on ABK and because of my position on Xbox, a bunch of y'all put me in your crosshairs and decided to call me all sorts of names and label me. And you had an editor in a Discord saying, get all the clips you can on this guy. We want to break this guy. We want to get this guy out of the industry. Like saying things like that because of my opinions about stuff. Right? Like, I'm going to say the same thing I've always said. Let's do content together and have conversations, or just leave me the frick alone. Like, if you want to put me in your content, you want to react to me, you want to call me names, you want to make salt content, man, I'm not policing the internet. You go right ahead. You go right ahead. I don't care about that. I'm not interested in that. But you want to go and respond to hateful Twitter accounts. What's really interesting, Paris, if you're still here, you retweeted somebody that said, after somebody blocks you, going on your alt to farm for clips and hate the person and hate farm and say all these nasty things, like somebody said it was like low life behavior. Okay, you retweeted that. I'm consistently interested in why do you interact with people that do that? Why? I removed somebody from my community and blocked them a long time ago. They obsessively clip me every single day. Long clips, lengthy clips. They basically steal my content and put it on Twitter. And you and other people interact with that refuse garbage account and you signal boost their content. That doesn't seem consistent. That's somebody that I blocked. That's somebody that I removed from my community because they're toxic. I did the same thing with Alex. I was like, I don't want anything to do with this guy. If you're going to tell the public the only thing I'm good for is content, if that's what you're going to say, I'm moving you out of the frame. I don't want anything to do with you. And yet, after I do that, I remove these people from my friend circles. I remove them from my community. They obsessively talk about me, clip me, put me in their content all of the time. And I don't respond. I don't put them in my content. Now, periodically, I get annoyed and I'll get like a little side swipe in. But I've tried my absolute best to take the path of peace and be like, I don't want to fight with y'all. I don't. I got destroyed 6 years ago by people being dishonest about me and misrepresenting me. And these guys know. Alex got close enough to me to know that that's extremely activating for me. I practically lost my house and my ability to provide for my family because people misrepresented me in the public. And these guys know that that irritates me. They know it frustrates me, and that's why they do it. They constantly clip me. They constantly misrepresent what I say and put me in videos and put me in content and make me look like I'm saying things that I'm not saying. And you interact with these people. You want to posture like a good guy and you're all about positivity, and yet you interact with these people and hang out in their circles. So I'm just going to continue to say, I am willing to bury every hatchet. I'm willing to rebuild every bridge and put all the water under the bridge and all the hatchets in the ground. Just quit coming after me. You don't need to sideswipe, make snide remarks, and insult me and perpetuate falsehood about me on Twitter in replies. There's no reason for that. I've not done anything to you. I've not said anything about you. I don't do a thing. I just sit here and I just make content. Just hanging out with my community and trying to have a good time. So, unblocked. You want to send me a DM, you want to hop on the show, and you want to speak, I am open to that. I don't care who the frick it is at this point. I don't care who it is. It's like, can we just please move on from this? If you are not willing to settle it in DMs or come on the show, then don't drive by my show and pop your mouth off, and don't be talking about me on Twitter. Because all that looks like is cowardice. That's it. That to me is a pretty big olive branch. Many people would argue it's not even deserved. I'm willing to throw it out there. I am. I'm willing to just move on from all this. Everybody said what they said. I've had my own pop-offs and my own blow-ups. So be it. We're all humans. Let's be men and move on. Either move on and leave me the frick alone, or we can move on and make great content. Your choice. Okay. What is this? No. Thank you for another 5-bomb. Thank you for another 5-bomb wired rope. I appreciate it. And I'm going to say one more thing. I'm going to say one more thing about this. To the people that incessantly clip me on Twitter and to the people that incessantly put me in your content every weekend, like Alex, I want it to be publicly stated and very clear, your attention is unwanted. I don't like it. I don't want it. I don't want to appear in your content. There are plenty of people out here that do reaction content, and when one creator says, I would really like you to not do that, they respect it. If you ask Asmon to not react to your content anymore, Asmon will respect it and not do it. I'm making it very clear in view of the public. I don't want it. I don't like it. Your attention's irritating and frustrating. It feels an awful lot like targeted harassment. I'm not going to police YouTube. I'm not going to I'm not going to complain. I'm not going to go tell daddy. I'm just telling you, your attention is unwanted. I don't like it, and I'm sick of it. If you continue to do it, you're doing it with full knowledge that I don't want you to. So, I guess wear that. If you continue to make content about me, and you target me, and you call me all sorts of awful names, you have every right to do that. I'm making it very clear that it's not welcome and I don't want you to do it. So if you continue to do it, you're doing it with full knowledge that I don't want you to do it. I don't want you to use my content. So I'm not going to stop anybody from doing it. I'm just going to let it be known. And you get to wear that. That's the kind of person that you are. Start sending out copyrights? No, I'm never going to copyright claim anybody. I'm never going to try and take anybody down. I'm not playing that game. I'm not going to be a hall monitor. I'm not going to run the daddy and be a tattletale. I'm not. Some of these guys better pray the people that they mistreat and the people that they target and the people that they put in their content, they better pray none of these people ever retire. They better pray. Because all it's going to take is one person to retire. And the minute they're not in this environment and the minute they don't need YouTube, they might decide to start filing those complaints. And they might decide to start saying, hey, this person's breaking community guidelines every single week. You better pray none of us ever retire, because that's a lever that anybody that retires from YouTube could pull at any time. These guys break the community guidelines all of the time. It's blatant targeting. It's blatant harassment. It's against the rules, and they do it all of the time. I got news for you. You better hope anybody you've ever targeted never retires from this industry, because they can pull that trigger anytime they want, and you will disappear, because it's happened to plenty of people. There have been plenty of toxic content creators out there that go too far, and then they lose everything. You better pray the folks you target never retire, because I think people could get fed up and be like, I've had enough. I'm not going to do it. I don't care. I'm never going to do that. I'm never going to go after anybody's channel. I'm never going to go after anybody's content. But you better pray these other people don't feel that way. You better pray they feel the way I do about it. $5 super chat from Mike on a mic says, well, here's some money, I guess. Thank you so much. You know what's remarkable, too? This always happens when we're on an upswing. Every time. Every time. We had such a rough year last year. Our numbers started going down. We were in a bad way. And then we hit January this year, man. Everything's going our way. Everything's turning around. And surprise, surprise, we're getting people that want to come in here and sidetrack and distract and hurt the show. Well, okay. You got me for the last 30 to 45 minutes, but that's all you get. Siege Master with a 5 bomb. Thank you so much. Getting us to 247. I forget who I owe. I think I owe Twitch one. Wired Rope Man, you the homie over here going crazy. And helping us out, hitting these goals. I owe a single gifted to Twitch. We're really close to me owing somebody. We're close to that 250 mark. Check your re-ups, check your primes, check them all. Thank you, Joker Quinn, for adding to the total. 248, a single coming in from Joker Quinn. And a 5-bomb comes in from Sal. A little bit of a member train. Guys. Thanks so much. We're now working on 500. If you guys get to 500, Madam, if you guys don't realize this, we have moved. Thank you, Alex, for gifting a sub to Bro Sexy over there on Purple. We moved the Madam stream to Saturday nights. So we have my wife react to gaming news, and we do that on Saturday nights now. It allows more of you to attend. We felt like Fridays was pretty tough. It was tough for us. It was tough for us to do it within our schedule. It was tough for some of you guys to come. So, like, attendance is better on Saturday, and it's easier on our schedule. So if you guys get this to 500, Madam has to react to the week's gaming news. It's pretty funny. We have her watch trailers. We have her watch stuff. So High Guard was obviously a big topic this last week. If you guys can hit the stretch goal this week, we're going to make Madam play High Guard. So that could also be very, very funny. AOZ hits another 5-bomb. And somebody in chat said, let's lock down the Saturday stream. Thank you so much, Sal. Guys, thank you for the support. I hate that even had to happen. Thank you, Siege Master, so much. Coming in chat and saying that. I was like, okay, what the frick? I just, like I said, yesterday I saw it. I just blocked and moved on. I was like, let's just move on and have a good day of content. And that's all we were doing. We were just sitting here having a good time. Rare Killer with a gifted. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Sunday was a nice surprise. Yeah, the only reason we did it on Sunday is because Madam was still recovering. Madam was still recovering from a migraine, so we just bumped it by one day. So, yeah. Hope Adam's feeling better. Yeah, she's been totally fine. I think the big temperature swing got her. I think whenever a big cold snap like that comes in, it messes with the barometric pressure. And barometric pressure can give you a migraine. It can mess with your body in weird ways. So who do I owe? I owe YouTube. Let me give YouTube a membership here. Did High Guard dip below 10K? I believe that it did. Yeah. I believe that it did. Migraine's going to take me out for 2 days. Yeah, she was down and out for a day. How cold has it been? It dropped for us today. It's still, well, not now. It's 18. It's getting into single digits overnight. We're not going to get out of single digits until like next week on Monday for the low. It's not been too bad. Like, we weathered it pretty well. No pun intended. We weathered it pretty well. So we shoveled like half the drive last night because Madam's going to have to, she's got some stuff she's going to have to do, I think, tomorrow. So we'll shovel the rest of the drive this evening. Thank you, Metal Matt, for the VIP. I get them all the time. I have something in my neck, and I get them a lot. Yeah. Let me add that to the total. Thank you so much. Wish we had 18 degrees. Been cold AF lately. Yeah. Well, my kiddos wanted to go out and play in it, and I was like, guys, no. I was like, I'm not doing that. I don't want to play in this. Absolutely not. We went out and we did sledding, and it was like 24 degrees or something. And I was like, Jiminy Christmas. Like 24 degrees was rough enough. They wanted to go out and play, and it was like 12 degrees. I was like, no. And my kiddos are just out there. They don't care. And they came in, and I touched my son's face with like the back of my hand. I was just like feeling it. It was like jarringly cold. It was like when you touch something in the freezer. It's literally like when you touch something in the freezer. I was like, wow. Your face is cold, bro. The pressure changing always triggers yours. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. I raised the temperature in the house, and she thought that's what it was. Like, it got really warm, and she was, like, having trouble sleeping the night that she got it. I was like, I don't know if that was it. I think the barometric pressure got to you. So, yo, Ant Got No Games, thanks for jumping back in with the VIP, continuing to keep the member train going. I appreciate you guys moving the vibe along and just flushing the chat. I appreciate that. I did the best I could. I get, obviously I'm human and I get irritated, and it's been a lot of, concerted efforts to try to hurt what we do here. So it's hard for me to not take it personal and get, fired up. We told my 4-year-old we had to wait until yesterday to play outside since the wind chill was in the negatives. Stone Spire, I know what Stone's going to do, okay? Nobody has dunked home one of his setups yet. He's going to do one more. He wants a 10 bomb to 275. Somebody help this man out. There it is. We're at 265. Who's going to do it? Who is going to do this for this man? Alex, did you do 2? I think I missed one of yours. Yeah, you did one to Diaz. You did one to Bro Sexy. If I ever have a YouTube channel, I'm going to set high and impossible goals. If I ever hit 500,000 subs, I'll play something like Apex Legends. If I hit 1 million subs, I'll play Fortnite. I'm not setting a goal for me to play High Guard. I'm not going to play High Guard. It's bad, yo. I'm not playing that. We're going to make Madam play it instead. We're going to make Madam play it instead. Uh, 72 is too warm. Right now we have the temperature set to 69. Nice. I think the night that it was too warm, I think I bumped it to like 70 or 71. I think. Yeah. How was your morning? We were having another great day. I was having a good time. We were just vibing. You know what I mean? We're just doing our thing. We finally fixed what was wrong. We were doing members content on YouTube, and it was really hurting us. So we stopped doing members content on YouTube, and everything is really, I think, turned around for us. That's just really encouraging. Parasito says the fact that you self-reflected and moved on shows how you've changed from the image those guys have of you from the old days. Good on you. I mean, I appreciate it. It's been a long freaking road, man. It's, it's really hard to go through what I went through and to not, I don't know. I think the word triggered gets thrown around too much, but it's hard, man. It's hard not to get triggered, man. I almost lost everything. It's your body starts to freak out and think it's under threat, fight or flight. You're like, oh gosh, what's happening? It's hard not to have that traumatic response to stuff. Hard to believe a little over a year ago I found your channel in a GTA 6 waiting room. Hey now. Listen, the GTA 6 waiting rooms were they were legendary. People were really mad that we did that. It was fun though. We had a good time. That's all that matters. You know what I mean? We had a fun time. New member VIP. How many member plus and up do we have now? I think we're at like 450-ish. We really want to get the member plus and above number. We really want to get it back up to like 500. So currently right now, people at member plus and above, 446. So we're really close to 450. So he's part of the Destiny group back in the days. Behavior expected to be disappointed. He and I we did shows together. We had a good time. We did a podcast. It was fun. We spoke privately, you know. I don't know. I've had a lot of people, speak to me privately, and I was impressed by the number of people that basically told me, and they're like, yeah, I knew that 2020 stuff was BS. Like, so many people have told me privately that. That's kind of it's kind of remarkable. It's like, wow. A lot of people were on my side, I guess. RHCP Mark, thank you for 42 months in a VIP. Let me add you to the total. I discovered you through the Salt content creators. I don't care about them. Yeah, that's the nature of the business, man. That's just what folks are going to do. 12 hours of mirth and merriment. I mean, I don't know if the GTA 6 waiting room was 12 hours of mirth and merriment. PlayStation is sending a PlayStation message to PlayStation 4 users to upgrade to PlayStation 5. What? Really? Why can't I click on this? What are you doing with the formatting here, Perfect Image? What are you, writing code for... All right, hang on a second. From PlayStation. You played a good game in 2025. Whether catching up on the hits from 2025 like Claire Obscure, Expedition 33, Arcraiders, and Ghosts of Yotze, or getting ready for the most anticipated games of 2026, including Sorrows, 007, First Light, Neo 3, and much more, now's the perfect time to upgrade to a PS5 console. Scan the QR code to see the latest deals. This is the most obnoxious thing I think I've ever seen them do. It is so ugly. It looks like a dadgum error message. That is ugly. That looks freaking terrible. As soon as it popped up, somebody's like, wait a minute. Is my PlayStation broke? Is it crashing? No, we just want you to get a PS5. The frick? That's dadgum hideous. Sounds like somebody wants another GTA 6 waiting room tomorrow. Yeah, for sure. You had to pick this shade of blue? Yeah, it's awful. Dr. Evil Voice, how about no? Yeah, I don't even know what to say, dude. Error code. Dummy still on PS4. Yeah, that's hideous. This is straight ugly, LOL. It looks like an error message. Sean Torrey says, it seems like my comments caused drama. I was just continuing about toxic positivity. My apologies. I mean, we can go back and watch what I said. I am bewildered at what people will say about me, and they all think it's funny and entertaining. And I'm very charitable and super neutral a lot of the times. And I'm like, what the frick could I have possibly said? I was so bewildered, Sean. I was very, very bewildered. I was very confused. I was like, I don't know where this is coming from. They're going to censor Dispatch on Switch. Oh, that's not going to go over very good. Oh, I wouldn't do that. Let's keep in mind that it looks like that because of the user's UI. Yeah, but you could make a message have like its own prefab UI, could you not? I feel like you could. Like it literally looks like an error message. It's so ugly. It's obnoxious. It's honestly a little obnoxious. It's like, "Hey, do you want to upgrade to PS5?" What? You definitely defended him. My bad. All right. So, for some reason, Twitter bots think that my name is Richard. I wonder if it's because of all the clips of my horse being named Richard in Red Dead Redemption. Like, the bots are somehow misfiring. I get bot messages all the time now from, like, these lady, like, dirty accounts. And they're like, they call me Richard. Oh, really? Thank you. Rope. Hi, Richard. Yeah, they call me Richard in the DMs. Yo, Murph with a member plus and Liquid Smoke with a member plus. Thank you so much. Let me add you to the total. Boom, boom. 268. X is a dumpster fire. Who cares? Some streamers do. Twitch viewers can also see YouTube chat. Yeah, you're actually not supposed to do that. It's against the rules. Lono's actual name is Richard. No, my name is not Richard. Huh? It's against the rules if you're multi-streaming on Twitch to show another platform's chat. What are you doing? What are you doing, Mama? Madam says she's gonna call me Richard on the stream on Saturday. She says I'm gonna pretend it was an accident. I'll be forever known as Richard. There we go. We're just gonna let Lono get away with saying Lady Dirty accounts. I didn't know what to say. Like they're the OnlyFans bots, I guess what you could call them. Lady Dirty account. I don't know what to call them. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're always in my DMs. They're like, hey, I normally don't do this. I'm like, yeah, sure you don't. You're like the 5th message I've gotten today that's saying the same thing. Like, yeah. There's just something about you. Like, yeah, I bet there is. It's probably the fact that I'm on the platform. That's all it takes. I saw Asmongold had you up. That's what somebody said, but I went and looked at his video. I didn't see where I showed up. Was I in the search results, or did he actually watch the video? I've not gotten a bump on any of my content, so I just assumed it was like he scrolled by my video. Like, I was scanning through. Oh no, there I am. Oh yeah, he watched for like 5 seconds. Hang on. What's he say?
Where's the actual? Yeah, this guy's a YouTuber. I know
the
where
official.
It is. Where's the act
of the High Guard Showcase?
I don't even know
the
where
official.
it is. Where's the actual? Yeah, this guy's a YouTuber.
That's it. That's it, guys. My 5 seconds of fame. This guy's a YouTuber. Thank you, Asmongold. I appreciate that. That's better than what he said last time. Reforge Gaming. He's like, I don't know who this is. I'm coming up in the world, boys. I'm coming up in the world. Now he says this guy's a YouTuber, so that's a level up. We'll take it. We will take it. It's not the YouTuber like Oprah boost that people typically get like when they show up in an Asmongold video. My favorite YouTuber, Asmongold. Listen. If he ever reacts to any of my content, I will commit to calling him Asmongold from that day forward. My favorite YouTuber, Asmongold, reacted to one of my videos. Oh, frick. Yo, Metanoia Black with 6 months. Acknowledged by the... Don't call... He probably doesn't care if you call him that, but don't call him that. He wasn't looking for you, second time. He was looking for the showcase, and he clicked... My thumbnail did its job. He was looking for the High Guard showcase, and he clicked on my stream. Anyways. Jiminy Christmas. Check DMs. Another one? Oh, really? Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Rope. Oh, is a YouTuber? I'm a YouTuber, y'all. Asmongold. That's right. This guy said direct messages from PlayStation have looked like this for years. I've never gotten one. Also, YouTube pushing you. Oh, well, my co-stream of the High Guard event did very well. Yeah, we got treated really well by the platform that day, so it's not surprising. I've shown up in Asmongold's search results before. I was watching something he was doing, and I was right there. So I'm in his potential funnel. So we'll, I don't sit and like pine and hope for that. Obviously, it's helpful, unless of course he watches your content and calls you an idiot or something. That's obviously not helpful. And everybody's gonna come to my channel and call me an idiot. So yeah, I mean, if it happens, it happens. I've had a couple of like smaller channels react to my content. They've been really nice, and they actually tag me and they actually link to my original video. The thing you're supposed to do when you use people's content. Watch the Resi footage. Nah, I'm saving it, homie. We got 15 minutes before I'm probably going to be done for the day. We're going to head to Green Room. I'm saving the Resident Evil footage. So, I heard he doesn't care for the smiling Reforged thumbnails. What? I don't think he would react to a live show, brother. He usually watches videos. He watches uploads. I'm not going to... I don't think I plan on putting that on there. He reacts to Force Gaming. Force puts his face on the thumbnail. Are you also a Twitcher? I am. Yeah. I've said this before. I don't even have like this desire for like a big person like him or somebody to react to my content. I would love for them to react to the upper echelon video. Like when there was a lot of controversy around people getting banned and unbanned on Twitch recently, like there was the one girl like literally committing crimes on stream and getting unbanned, and they were obviously all very upset. I was like, you want to talk about inconsistency on the platform, man? That'd be a great time. Go watch Upper Echelon's video. It'll blow your dadgum mind. It'll blow your mind what happened to me. He better like that thumb. Bad news. Most channels use that thumb. I think Kevin was being silly. I don't think Asmon has anything against people's faces in content, because like, here's him smiling, here's him shocked face, here's him smiling. Where's the ones where he's crying? Those are my favorite. Where are those? Golly goodness, it's a lot of Trump lately. Here we go. Uh-oh, he's in trouble. He's been using some, it must be on his one clip channel or something. He's been using one a lot. It's not him, it's his editors, where it looks like he's about to cry. Those are my favorite. I'm like, oh no. Asmon's about to cry. Citizen says, just let you know, I have the utmost respect for you and what you do for content creation. Screw the all content creators, at least you're the most authentic creator I like listening to. I appreciate that, Citizen. He made the meta popular again. Yeah. I watch a lot of his content. I don't agree with a lot of what he says. I think a lot of times he baits people into thinking things about him because he knows people will fall for it. I think he's a master at that. And there's plenty of things he said that I just don't agree with. I don't see eye to eye with him on a lot of things. But that's the world, baby. That's the world we live in. You're not going to agree with everybody. I think people do to him similarly what they do to like lots of creators. They create a version of that person to wail on. I think that happens. I mean, people don't. It's not something that's unique to me. Like, I don't think I'm special. Like, the people that do that, they have a version of me in their mind that they're obsessed with, and they attack it and wail on that version every single day. I think that's super common with content creators. I felt like over the years people do that with Ninja. I feel like Ninja constantly gets absolutely eviscerated and treated like he's this terrible person. I'm like, what the frick is going on? Like, yeah. Oh, I knew somebody would make that joke. Big Pack fan, thank you. I think you're special. Well, I appreciate that, Ginger. Thank you. That's very that's very kind of you. Oh my gosh. I don't want to see any more of Resident Evil myself. I do that with some things, Anthony. I decide I'm going to watch something or play something, and I stop watching trailers. Now, it's really hard for me to do that with games. Like, I'm not going to be able to do that with Soros. I'm not going to be like, dude, I'm not watching anymore. Like, show me everything you got, bro. Show me everything you got. I'm not going to do that with Soros. But there are a lot of things with... Like, Resident Evil's probably a good one to stop watching, to be quite honest. Because I felt like Kojima showed too much of Death Stranding 2. I wished I hadn't watched all of those. I wish I hadn't seen a lot of it. You know what I mean? I stopped watching most Nintendo trailers because they reveal everything in the trailers now. You feel that way about Nintendo? Huh. What was the arcraiders discussion about? Oh my gosh, thank you for the reminder. I need to do that so there's a timestamp. Shoot. Let's see here. Let me see. We did the GTA thing. We did the Control thing. Let me do the arcraiders thing. Because there are people that'll come to this broadcast later. They'll be looking for a timestamp. Okay, so arcraiders is getting a new ban system, but players don't think it's tough enough. Okay, so this has been a consistent problem with arcraiders. The cheating is certainly not going to go away. There's never a single one-stop solution. It's an ongoing battle. It's an ongoing fight. I obviously have a video on the channel right now where I think they shouldn't ban them. I think they should trick them and put them in lobbies with bots. The best thing you can do is keep a cheater busy rather than ban them, because when you ban them, they're just going to make a new account and come right back and do it again. You're essentially trying to protect the player base from these losers, and I think the best thing to do is to distract them and waste their time. If you put them in lobbies with other cheaters, they'll quickly catch on to the fact that they're in lobbies with other cheaters. I think there's more creative solutions that can be put into play. So, arcraiders underwent a major update today as Embark Studios delivered Headwinds, the first of 4 content drops coming between now and April. It introduced 7 new quests, minor map condition, 2 new augments, and some other bits and pieces. The team at Embark also revealed that very soon a new anti-cheat ban system will be implemented to combat malicious players. In a footnote in the patch notes for the recent arcraiders update, the team explained that a permaban is the result of a cheating spree, but players don't think getting to the point of happening fast enough for it to be effective. So the argument here, I think, is that it shouldn't take that. It should be immediate, right? I think the danger is they don't want it to be a false ban, right? And I think the reason, though, people are very quick to be like, this isn't how you should do it. It should be faster. I think one of the reasons they're going to say that, and I think this is completely legitimate, is because if you're looking at like streamers, they have like the same people cheating and getting into their lobbies like every day. So I think it's completely fair for people to be like, man, I don't know, dude. You should have. There's a handful of people, that should be banned almost instantly a lot of the times. So I would say it's. I understand why people might be concerned this isn't going to be fast enough. Over the festive period, arcraiders playing were suffering under the weight of exploits, cheaters, and a bit of content stagnation brought on by everyone at Embark Studios going on a well-deserved break. Now that they're back with a massive roadmap dealing content, today the first part of the roadmap, an update dubbed Headwinds, was delivered. It introduced some fresh content, a map condition called that fills Buried City with birds, and 7 short new quests for players to conquer. It effectively opens up some of the game's lore too. You guys know that I hate birds, so I'm not going to play that. Anyway, excuse me. However, one element in the recent patch notes hasn't filled players with joy that the positive notes have. Okay, at the end of the update, they said this. A 3 strikes progressive ban system is in process of being implemented. Bans will progress from 30 days to 60 and finally a permaban for repeat offenders. Those who tussled with these more malicious players in recent weeks feel that the ban loop isn't strong enough for anyone caught cheating. The item was subtitled anti-cheat, but it reads more like this in general approach to banning players caught breaking the rules, not just cheaters. Yeah, the other thing I'm going to say here is there could be some sort of a 900 IQ play here. If you ban somebody for 30 days, that might be just enough for that person to say, I'll go play something else. I'm not going to buy the game again. This could be a trick to get them out of the player funnel. Does that make sense? Like, if you ban somebody permanently, well, they have no other choice then but to make a new account to try to come back. If you ban them for 30 days, I would even say 2 weeks. You ban them for 2 weeks, they might be able to justify just waiting and saying, well, I'm not going to buy the game again. Why spend $40 when I can jump back in the game in 2 weeks and do some more cheating? So this could be an attempt to get people to not do that. It could also be an attempt to have something in play, as they say, somebody that just breaks the rules. Like if you're exploiting and going out of the map, that's not the same as using an aimbot. So I actually think having this sort of stagger, I think there's a fairness to that. If somebody's blatantly cheating, wall hacks, aimbot, things like that, you catch them using the extra software, then by all means, dude, hit them with the hammer, get them out of the game. But I could see some wisdom in saying, well, we're actually going to let you come back in 2 weeks if you promise not to do it again, whatever. And then what you're doing is hopefully then motivating that person to not just make another account and jump right back in. In any case, a cheater being banned for just 30 days feels a little bit more than slap on the wrist. The second infraction earns them a 60-day penalty, but it takes 3 offenses for them to receive a permanent ban. That's 3 times that somebody could be caught using cheats to manipulate the game before Embark Studios says enough. Again, if this keeps them out of the player funnel, I think that could be helpful, right? Like that, if it keeps them out of the player funnel, I think that could be good. That could keep them from, being able to, jump back in and disrupt the game and disrupt people's experiences. Other extraction shooters like Escape from Tarkov issue permanent bans upon a single detection of cheating, and they publicly reveal which users have been kicked from the game. Sure, they make a new account and come back, but the strong arm approach is there at the initial stage. Right, but I don't think you can just wave this away. There could be some wisdom here to doing it this way. So, do you think arcraiders needs tougher anti-cheat and Embark Studios is risking displeasure of the majority of its user base? I think they need creative solutions. Who wrote this one? I like Grant Taylor Hill. I think he writes good stuff. I think maybe he should have, given a little bit more treatment to the fact of yes, these other games do this, but then people can jump right back in. I think you need a creative solution. And I think this could be part of their creative approach. like I said, I think you should put them in lobbies with bots. So that way, they're not in the general public player funnel for as long as possible. If they're too stupid to pick up on the fact that they're killing bots, because a lot of the times if you've seen the cheats, the way the game looks is terrible. You can barely see anything. It looks awful. Well, are they really going to be able to pick up on the fact that they're killing bots? Like, the AI is so smart in arcraiders. I have to believe they could create good AI to keep these guys busy. And then if you implement, a 2-week ban or a 30-day ban, that might motivate them to not buy the game again. And that's a win if you're keeping them out of the player funnel. That's a win. So I'm going to give you guys 5 minutes. If you want to extend the stream, if you can get this to 300, I'll extend the stream. We'll keep talking. We'll keep vibing. Our stream got a little disrupted earlier with some nonsense. So, get the vibes going again, get the chatter going again, the back and forth, whatever. You guys, if you guys can get 31 more members in the next 5 minutes, we'll extend. If not, we'll go to Green Room. We need to be at 300 to be on pace to end the week at 500, which gives you guys the Madam stream where she reacts to gaming news. Wouldn't they just make 2 accounts and rotate between them? Yeah, again, that's why I think the creative solution of making them waste their time, I think, is the best thing to do. I don't know. They were having DDoS attacks this morning. I have concerns that banning is the best bet. They say the PvE lobbies have bots. What do you mean the PvE lobbies have bots? You mean like bot players to be friendly, to make it seem like there's people in the server? I'm not sure what you mean. It'd have to be a permaban? Don't know what happened earlier in stream. Yeah, it's not important. Just somebody stopped by, disrupted what we were doing, and, I just defended myself, stood my ground, and then we moved on. Yo, everything is 42. Paul with 42, getting us to 70. I appreciate that so much. I do. Thank you so much. We're officially 30 away. 30 away. You guys just got a couple of minutes here if you want to extend. If you want to extend, you can extend the stream. I don't think banning is very effective. Look at COD and Destiny. And there's another one. Member Plus from Rinsler bumps the line to 271. You guys could make a run here. Everybody check your renewals. Check your primes. Destiny went after the cheaters directly. The cheat providers, yes. When I made my video about this, I said there's a couple of things you need to do, and that's the first thing I think you do. You go after the providers. If all of a sudden people can't get their cheats, that's one of the quickest ways to shut it down. You go after the cheat providers. The second thing you do is you keep the cheaters out of Gen Pop. Keep them out of the general population. Don't let them in there playing with other players. I think those are the two things you do. You attack it from both sides. You 100% attack it from both sides. You minimize how many people can get the cheats, and then you minimize how many of the general population have to experience, playing against a cheater. If you do those two things, I think that's a win. Oh, also, guys, we're 4 away from me owing you a member. Whoever hits it gets it. If you guys get us to 275, I will gift that platform a member. I have trouble believing a cheater is going to buy the game 10 times over if you keep banning them. Oh my gosh, Yana did. You have to understand something. I'm telling you, the reason you have trouble believing that is because you're like a normal person. You're a normal person. These people pay subscription fees for cheats, brother. They got no problem buying the game again. There were homies paying a monthly fee to cheat in Destiny. They got no qualms dropping $40 on the game again. I'm telling you, it is the weirdest thing. It's so hard to understand it because it's so odd. It's so divergent. Like in the realm of behavior and like understanding a person. Joker Quinn bumps the line by 1. Boom. We're 3 away. Let's see it. Let's end on a strong one here. You might be right. That's what I'm saying, Yanadid. It's crazy. Like, the reason that you're like, ain't no way, is because you're thinking like a normal person. Rich people, either that or they got their parents' credit card. Like, I'm telling you, man, it is weird. It is weird. Like, it's one thing to spend a bunch of money on, like, cosmetics or a gacha or something. Like, you actually get something in the game. Something somewhat tangible. And Stone Spire bumps the line by 1 and gets us to 273. He's like, we are not about to end on an off number here. It's one thing to do that. And Alex gifts one over there on purple. And Stone comes in with another one. And then a VIP renewal from Belly Boy is going to land the plane. Thank you so much. We are at 276. I owe YouTube member. Jom's going to add one to the total. 277. We got a little train going, and I owe YouTube a member. Let me reopen. I just closed the tab. I need to reopen that tab so I can gift you guys a member. The incredibly affluent people cheat like crazy. It could literally be people that are like, yeah, they've got more money than time, so they don't mind doing it at all. Yeah, for sure. Is there green room? Yes. We're going to go to green room shortly. You guys are super, super close to hitting the 300, so I'm going to let you guys have a few more minutes here. We need 9 more likes on the YouTube video, guys. Give me 9 more likes. And then another renewal from AC Gaming. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Do you think the new monitor Meg X from MSI will AI assist is cheating? I have no idea what that even is. I have no idea. I've never been in your Discord green room. It's basically like a video chat. It's a lot faster. There's no stream delay or anything. People said that they like it. Yeah. Double check that you guys haven't forgot to hit the like button. A lot of you guys are lurking, and I appreciate it. So make sure you are you are hitting that button. I can't see a way with a person sitting around cheating in video games. Creature says, bruh. I sent my 4-year renewal at the wrong time earlier. Did I not shout it out, John? I shouted it out, didn't I? I remember you doing it. I remember adding it to the total. Wait, did I not count it? There was a single from Alex that I didn't count either. Let me add it to the total. John, did I not count yours? Because if that's the case, then we're sitting at freaking 280. We're a 20 bomb away from being on pace. You did, but you were in the middle of rage. Okay. These homies. These people out here always want to poke the bear. Thank you so much, Alex, for gifting another one over there on purple. He's trying. He says, listen, somebody dropped the 20 bomb. Wide Rope says, say no to. A man has a right to defend himself, literally and metaphorically. I happen to fully believe in doing both. All right. I'll give you guys 5 more minutes. I'll give you 5 more minutes. If somebody drops a 20 bomb for their platform, I'm giving that platform a 5. I'm giving that platform a 5 bomb if we hit the 300. That's all I'm going to do. Right here at the end, you got 5 minutes. I'm throwing down a gauntlet. I don't do it often. I'm throwing down the gauntlet. If somebody does it, that's what we're doing. We're going old school. I used to do 5 every 25. We're going old school, but you only got 5 minutes. And then we're going to green room. I can't keep extending. Although if we hit 300, I would say I would extend for a little bit. So I will. I'll need to take a break though. Metal Matt using the farty bomb emote. That's one of the best emotes. It's so good. Lono, I want you to know that I put your stream on 0.5 seconds after I woke up to reading the first comment he sent. I've yet to have a cup of coffee. And we don't do that here, man. We don't do that here, dude. You know what I mean? I'll stand on business and stand my ground, but I'm you know what I mean? I'm not doing all that. I'm already over it. Already moved on. We ain't gonna make the content about that. All right. 4 minutes. You guys got 4 minutes. And then the offer's rescinded and we go to the green room. Excuse me. You woke up late. You missed my stream. You have to watch it later. You can always watch it back. I'll put. I always put timestamps in as soon as we're done here. Now, if I like do gameplay or something like after the fact, it's hard for me to do that. So I will do that. I will go back and add those timestamps, and that way you guys can find all those sections. There was one section from today that we may end up highlighting. We'll see. What will the rant section be called? I'm not timestamping that. I'm not timestamping that. Yeah, I'll just put the rage yelling face emoji in there. Yeah. All right, 3 minutes, y'all. 3 minutes. Now, I thought this channel said no to that. That's not the channel's name anymore. Welcome to 2026, the year that I fight back if I feel it's necessary. It's real easy when I was like, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything back. Yeah. It's a new year, boys. What's good, feed? Yo, what's good, Khaled? All right, 2 minutes. We're going to green room. Unless somebody drops that 20 bomb, I'll drop a 5 bomb, and then we'll extend the stream. I'll take a break. You got 2 minutes to get it to 300. Any GTA news you've heard make this GTA different from the rest? I mean, size, scope, dynamism, and emergent gameplay is like the biggest one. This is Rich Forge Gaming. Oh, I wonder if that's why they think my name's Richard. Or is it? It can't be misfiring on Reforge. There's no way. Like, hey, Richard. I'm like, what the frick is going on? It's all about Richard now. It really is. It really, truly is. Dynamism. That's right, dude. I love that word. It's a good word. All right, 1 minute. 1 minute. Nobody's saving your bacon today, boys. Looks like we're going to green room. Remember, plus from my man Khalid. Let's see how you fight back this year. Yeah. How's that for tucking my tail? Matt's trying to manifest it on YouTube. Looks like it ain't happening. Well, you know what the nickname for Richard is. Yes, F-Cat, I do. Okay, so the reason Richard is funny is because I named my horse in Red Dead Redemption 2. I named my horse Richard. And the reason I named my horse Richard, I tried to name the horse Larry, and the game said, you're not allowed to use profanity. And I was like, what the frick? So I named the horse Richard as a joke. Like, well, I'll name the horse Richard so I can call my horse a dick. Like, it was a joke, and they let me name it Richard. So that's how Richard was born. So, all right, boys, last call. If you're not going to come with us to the green room, you're missing out. If you got a sub on Purple, if it's been gifted to you, if a member on YouTube's been gifted to you, this is something that you get to take advantage of. Thank you guys for 300 likes. Thanks for a great day. Thanks for the vibes. Thanks for purifying the chat with gifteds and generosity and supporting what we do here. I greatly appreciate it. But the green room is a segment where we plan the next day's streams, and we kind of talk and plan what's going on. That's something you can take advantage of and listen to, but you got to be in the Discord for it. The long and short of it is, those of you are like, well, why don't we do morning coffee and green room anymore? Members' content on YouTube is very harmful and destructive. We learned a hard lesson last year, and since we stopped doing it, everything has improved. So until they fix it, this is how we have to do it. So get into the Discord, use the Discord command or the link below, and if you guys can't come with us, I got a video for you. All right, this one went live yesterday, and it's me reacting to a video about PC versus PS5. So check that video out. If you can't come to the Discord, go watch that video, give it a like, give it a comment, and I will see you guys tomorrow.